Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor, and I'm Chairman of the Planning Committee here at Fenland. Welcome to all those members of the press and public who join us via the live stream. Before we begin, please can I take this opportunity to remind everyone to turn their mobiles and computers to silent and ensure when using the microphones the red light is on and turned off when you have finished speaking. Now we'll go to agenda item number 1, and I'd like to ask member services if we have any apologies for absence. Elaine, please.
There's no apologies, everybody's present.
Thank you. Agenda item number 2 is urgent items. There are none, so swiftly to 3, declarations of interest. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn, and can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any agenda item this afternoon. Thank you.
Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Elaine. Just that the item for Chatteris today, I sit on Chatteris Town Council, but take no part in the planning when that comes to Chatteris Town Council. I usually leave the room. That's it today. Thank you.
Councillor Connor.
Yes, thank you. I live near the application site on agenda item number 4, but the entrance to the site is some 400 metres from where I live, and it will have almost no impact on my well-being whatsoever. And as a result, I will keep an open mind in relation to the application before us this afternoon. However, I've been heavily involved in the drainage issues associated with Barker's Lane, with Anglian Water and local residents. I like that to be put on record, but again, I'll keep an open mind, again, just to reiterate on this application. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs French.
I'm a member of March Town Council but take no part. Also, I sit on 11 drainage boards. I have been lobbied on item number 4 as it is my district ward, but I am not predetermined until I hear the facts.
Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. Item 4, I have been lobbied and I'll keep an open mind. Thank you.
Councillor Mufferdon.
Thank you. I have nothing to declare. Thank you.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. On item 6, the applicant is known to me on a business or on a professional basis via the council. I do not socialise with him at all. And on item 9, I've just spoken and taken legal advice. The applicant was a customer once to the business of which I'm a director to about 7 years ago. So again, I remain open-minded on that one as well.
Councillor Sennett Clough.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor Benny would like to make.
Yeah, one thing I did miss off, there is an application from Morton Hall, and as always, I know Matthew, who is one of the partners there. So I'd just like to declare for the record that I will approach that one in an open mind as always.
Thank you, Councillor Benny. So now we'll go to the main part of the meeting. Members should only make a proposal on a planning application when invited to do so. However, I will be initially asking if anybody is going to propose the officer's recommendation. Clearly, if no proposal is forthcoming, or if that proposal fails, I'll be then looking for an alternative proposal. Members are reminded that any such proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Gavin Taylor. He's the interim principal planning officer here at Fenland to present application F/YR23/0370/0, agenda item number 4. So Gavin, when you're ready, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So item number 4 is an outline application with matters reserved except for access for up to 130 dwellings south of Barker's Lane in March. So just having a look at the location plan. So the site is located at the southeast end of March, comprising predominantly agricultural land. Wimbledon Road, as you can see, runs to north-south to the west of the site, also accessing small little estates of Sherbrook Close, Town and Pitts Lane and Appletree Close. The southern and eastern boundaries abuts a wider allocation, which I'll come on to in a moment. A public byway at Barker's Lane runs along the north of the site after it picks up from the main highway of Barker's Lane. And the old railway line is also set away from this site, but running north to south, leading up to Upwell Road, to the east of the site. Millwade Academy is set to the north. You can see that massive buildings there on the aerial photograph. And there are a small number of properties along Barker's Lane to the northwest of the sort of main application site there. So as I mentioned, the site forms part of the strategic allocation for South East March, and you can see the plan on the left there, which sort of indicates the extent of it relative to the wider allocation. It forms about 6.7 hectares of agricultural land, and you can see how it sort of relates to that sort of wider allocation. So the allocation itself is supported by a broad concept plan, which was approved at Planning Committee in June 2023. It was drawn up by Barratt David Wilson Homes, which has recently gained resolution for approval on the adjacent parcel for up to 425 dwellings. The broad concept plan sets out sort of land uses and key areas of both access, sort of drainage, and also reserve school land for future pitches. Probably of note is there's a desire for Barker's Lane to incorporate and encourage sustainable modes of transport in terms of pedestrian and cycle activity. And you can see from the plan there at the far north-west corner, there's also an indicative sort of access point into the application site that we're currently considering. So the application is supported by an indicative sort of master plan, which sort of sets the basic sort of tone for the application. Follows the BCP approach in terms of reserving that school land, which is to the northeast of the site, sort of adjacent to Barker's Lane, essentially opposite the school site to the north. A large area of SUDS attenuation to the northeast, as well as the access point there, northwest, as well as the access point onto Barker's Lane. And you can see from the plan there, there's sort of a main spine route that runs through the site, which also incorporates continuous footways, cycleways, green space buffers and SUDS features sort of around the perimeter. And you can see from sort of those red arrows on that plan, which show sort of punch points through into that wider allocation, which is proposed to be for pedestrian and cycle routes only. So the access proposed to serve the 130 dwellings, as I said, is from Barker's Lane, and the proposal is to update Barker's Lane to incorporate the cycle pedestrian footway, a 3-metre wide cycleway footway to the north of that highway there, and the highway itself is proposed to be sort of retained at a 5-metre width and essentially designed out to a 20-mile-an-hour speed zone with a sort of narrowing, which you can probably just see almost halfway along, I guess, to again just further reduce those road speeds. In terms of landscaping for it, there is a landscape plan sort of set out at the moment. The proposal will result in some loss of existing vegetation, and it's proposed therefore to replace that with some sort of further landscaping to mitigate the loss of that. And there's a proposed condition which would secure further details of that. The application is also supported by some mitigation, which has been identified by the transport team through discussion, which is improvements to Mill Hill roundabout to slightly widen the approach arm there, approaching from the south essentially, or southeast, which sort of prevents lane starvation to that right turn lane heading back up into Wimbledon Road in March. This scheme's already been agreed as part of the Barratt David Wilson Homes scheme, so essentially is a repeat of that and was found to be acceptable previously. In terms of drainage, there's an outline drainage strategy. Again, just mentioned before, that SUDS feature at the top of the site there. There's also a proposal to include some swales and other SUDS attenuation features throughout the site, relying on obviously existing drain runs to ultimately discharge. The foul drainage proposal follows the same as Barratt's David Wilson Homes scheme, which is to introduce a new foul network along Barker's Lane, heading northwards up to the avenue, which follows discussion and agreement with Anglian Water in terms of the principle of that. So just having a quick look at the site itself, you can see Barker's Lane there. The top left picture is taken from Wimbledon Road, looking down Barker's Lane, with other photos to the top right and bottom left, sort of looking up and down Wimbledon Road. And you'll see the bottom left photograph there shows the existing footway that runs the length of Wimbledon Road. Proposal is to tie into that. The top photos there show essentially a bit further into Barker's Lane. The top right is looking back out to Wimbledon Road. But the bottom left really is the access point. You can see there it's gated, and that's essentially the point of access for this application site, with the bottom right photograph sort of showing where that sits relative to the existing dwelling on the corner, plus obviously that's that wider agricultural land. So the policy OPRI 7 of the local plan sets out that allocations need to be agreed. This site has got a broad concept plan adopted, which was adopted in June last year. Whilst the detailed matters of this scheme, with the exception of access, are reserved, the master plan and the access plan nonetheless denotes that the development would rely on Barker's Lane, would generally follow the broad concept plan in terms of its land uses. It is recognised, though, that obviously through that works to Barker's Lane, it would result in some harm in terms of visual impact to Barker's Lane through the reduction and loss of some vegetation, albeit this is capable of some mitigation over the longer term through replacement planting. And again, details of that are proposed to be secured further through a planning condition. The application itself has undergone several revisions, sort of addressing matters of sort of drainage, some of the transport impacts, and biodiversity considerations. In addition to that, package of mitigation has been agreed by the applicant to be put forward in terms of direct delivery or financial contributions. During the course of the application, however, the applicant has provided some substantial evidence to indicate that the site would provide for 100% affordable homes, with a recognised registered provider and house builder confirming their involvement in this scheme. Obviously, this is considered to carry some weight given the council's historic inability to meet the full affordable housing targets, and obviously would accrue some benefits as a result. Nonetheless, the applicants agreed to a minimum of 20% affordable housing on this site, having regard to the council's current viability understandings. As such, while some harm would ensue to both the open character of the countryside and some of the rural qualities of the first section of Barker's Lane, at least until that landscaping is established, it's acknowledged, however, that it broadly complies with the broad concept plan, and that the benefits of delivering both the vision of that plus potentially the affordable housing, the full quantum of affordable housing, would on balance outweigh those harms. It's considered that there aren't any material considerations that are significant enough to outweigh those benefits, and therefore it's considered that the application should be recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Just before we move on to speakers, I'll just make members aware that we have Jessica from Floods and Water, and we have Nigel Edgar from CCC Highways. Please take this opportunity to ask some questions or clarifications when when necessary it arises. So just to that. So thank you for that. So I'd like to invite now two sets of speakers on this application. First, we'd like to invite Carl Timberlake, a supporter, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. No, you're okay? No worries.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Is that right? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carl Timberlake. I'm a director of V10 Homes. V10 is an affordable homes developer. We partner with landowners, build contractors, and housing associations to fund and construct affordable homes utilising Homes England grant. V10 has been responsible for creating over 1,250 new affordable homes. This has helped approximately 3,000 people on low to middle incomes, including key workers, to obtain a safe and secure home to rent at an affordable level or realise their home owner aspirations through shared ownership. Having worked with Fenland's housing enabling team, we're aware of the level of need in the district, which is, at the end of July this year, there were 1,690 households on the housing register in Fenland, and almost 50% being in need of categories A and B. Within Fenland, March has the second highest recorded need behind Wisbech. The current projected delivery of affordable housing in the district for the current year is 239 homes, or just 14% of the overall level of need. So 86% of those who need a home locally will not get one this year. As of August the 8th, the council had 89 households in temporary accommodation. In respect of shared ownership properties, there is no similar data available, but anecdotally, a recent release of 40 shared ownership properties in Fenland received 579 enquiries. Simply put, the demand for all types of affordable homes in Fenland is overwhelming and compelling. V10 is partnering with Platform Housing Group, who has a representative here today, and United Living's low-rise construction arm, Partner Construction, who has another representative here today, to bring about the supply of those vitally needed additional affordable homes to Fenland. Platform is a fully funded strategic partner to Homes England and is already investing tens of millions of pounds in Fenland. You may have seen the recent article in the Wisbech Standard this month in relation to their 100% affordable scheme, which has just been launched for 137 homes in Wisbech. Platform's chief executive, Elizabeth Froud, I hope I've pronounced that correctly, was quoted as saying, "This is the first time we have worked with Fenland District Council, and we're absolutely delighted to see this development come to fruition, providing local people with a place to call home. We are committed to providing more such homes in the area and look forward to strengthening our partnerships in the region." With the committee's support today, the project at Barker's Lane will be Platform's second 100% affordable homes development in Fenland, which Partner Construction will build out in one single operation. After working closely with your housing team to align the local need with the delivery of the right type of housing and tenure, Platform expect to submit a reserve matters application in the first half of 2025 and to start on site by the end of 2025. These are the reasons I am here in this room today. To give voice to those out there with an urgent affordable housing need. Ladies and gentlemen, please approve this application for them. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Timberlake. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Timberlake, and I'll take Councillor French first. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a number of questions, and I'm not sure whether you'll be able to answer or your agent. First off, have you had any discussions with Anglia Water with regard to the sewage? I know it's an application, but I would like to know the answer.
Just before you go, sorry, Councillor French, you need to turn your microphone off.
Sorry.
When Councillor French is speaking, and also turn it on when Councillor French is. So, yeah, so please answer Councillor French's questions.
Okay, I'm not in a position to answer that question specifically. I think the agent or some of our technical advisors can do that, if that's okay. Thank you.
The report is quite confusing. It states in one point it's going to be 20% affordable, and then another it's 100%. Which is it? Is it 20% or 100%?
So we're looking for you to, we'll be looking for Section 106, that's at 20% policy. And then the Housing Association will come along and convert the other 80% to affordable.
So it's going to be 100%. It is going to be 100%.
Yes, ultimately it'll be 100%. Yes.
Have you been to this site at school run time?
Have I been to the site? I've been to the site and I've got a very nice drone film of it to prove I've been there. Yes, absolutely.
And you did say in your speech a few minutes ago about the lack of affordable houses. Yes, we understand that. And you said that people will not be supplying houses affordables this year. Neither will you, because this is an outline application. But I think I'll save some of these questions for debate.
Okay, Councillor French, pertinent points there. Anybody else want to add to this? Councillor Gerstner, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I get a little bit confused, you'll have to excuse me. You are the supplier of the housing. You've got external funding through the housing, government housing funding, haven't you, through them? Who is going to pay for the infrastructural part? You're doing the housing side. I'm talking about Baker's Lane now. Will you have anything to do with that, or is that going to be down to the developer and builder?
Well, the contractor, Partner Construction, they will build all the houses and all the infrastructure within the application, including Baker's Lane. That would be the whole thing, top to bottom. Nothing missed.
Okay. Councillor Marks.
Thank you again. Thank you for your presentation. I'd just like to clarify something. My colleague over there asked, is it 100% affordable housing? You've said you're 20% and then you're expecting somebody else to pick up the 80%. The way it's being sort of sold to us at the minute, it's 100%. Have you been involved with schemes like this before where it's been 100% but then had to come down where you've actually sold the properties privately?
No. Every project we've ever done ends up being 100% affordable.
Okay.
Because what platform will do, they will apply the Homes England grant to the 80% that's technically outright sale and convert them into affordable. And obviously you get the 20% affordable under Section 106. So the delivery will end up being 100% affordable, as they're doing at Wiz Beach with the 137 there.
Thank you.
Right. Did you want to come back, Councillor French? No? Anybody else got any more questions? Councillor Mifferton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Timberlake. I attended the Wiz Beach completion. I was invited as mayor of Wiz Beach. I was invited there, and I have to say, the quality of the houses the platform deliver, they were very, very good. But what I don't understand from your presentation is when you say the houses are affordable, with the 137 in Wiz Beach, a certain percentage of it were on social housing rental basis, and I actually met one of the residents who actually purchased 50% in a part buy, part rent. Right now, what percentage of these houses in Barker's Lane do you think will be part buy, part rent? And when you say affordable, are you talking about the part buy, part rent, or are you talking about the social housing side of it? And
okay, so the platforms are
thank you.
Okay. Anybody else at all? No? No? No worries. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now I'd like to invite Leslie Short. He's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. You also have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Obviously, you can start whenever you feel it appropriate to do so.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. I'm Leslie Short of Artisan Planning, representing the applicant March East Developments. I have with me Damien Tungat, the highways engineer for the scheme, and Mark Jones, the drainage engineer, who will be able to answer any technical questions you may have. For my part, I want to focus on the planning issues with this proposal. You will know that planning applications are to be determined in accordance with the adopted development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The application site before you today is part of an allocation for housing land in the adopted Fenland Local Plan of 2014. 10 years on from its adoption, this applicant is seeking to deliver your allocation of land with 130 dwellings. The same adopted development plan requires that a broad concept plan be prepared. The BCP was prepared and approved by this council in June 23. This application complies with that adopted BCP, and in doing so aligns with the allocation in the more recent March neighbourhood plan. So in planning policy terms, there is nothing to say that this application should be determined otherwise than as being in accordance with the adopted development plan. And that statutory duty for the council is set out in paragraph 6.1 of your officer's report. Turning to the application details, I want to emphasise that there are no technical objections to this application. The key features of the application scheme for 130 dwellings, comprising the access, the surface water and foul drainage strategies, the landscaping and amenity proposals, the scheme for biodiversity net gain, planning obligations contributing towards infrastructure improvements, heritage impact, and last but not least, the delivery of housing and affordable housing, all have been successfully addressed in the application's proposals. But I'm not going to ignore or pretend that this area will not change as a result of this development. But you really need to look at the details before coming to your balanced decision today. The applicant acknowledges that there will be an element of disturbance to the existing residents of Barker's Lane, both during construction and after the development is complete. But you also need to place the right amount of weight in noting that the council's environmental health officer has not raised any objection regarding noise and disturbance, and considers that any noise impact arising from traffic is not likely to be such that it warrants a noise assessment. Moreover, the same advice is given in respect of air quality. Any local impact can be mitigated by the imposition of a construction management plan and by restricting the hours of operation, and that is one of your officer's recommended conditions. In addition, the roadway in Barker's Lane is designed to be a 20-mile-an-hour zone where traffic speed is limited, and the consequent road dimension design takes only land that is essential. The provision of a 3-metre-wide combined cycle footway along the north side of Barker's Lane, linking into the housing site and the wider allocation beyond, is key to the scheme's design. It will provide an invaluable, sustainable travel mode connection between one of your largest housing allocations to the Neil Wade Academy and to the wider town and town centre beyond the school. Turning to drainage and flooding, much was heard and debated during the committee's consideration of the application for 425 homes on the adjacent site back in June of this year, when drainage and flooding of Barker's Lane was aired. The applicant listened and revised his foul drainage proposals so that they are now independent of any existing angling water foul drainage infrastructure in Barker's Lane. The result? No impact on the existing provision. In terms of surface water flooding of that section of Barker's Lane, which is already a tarmac surface, specific drainage improvements will form part of the proposed scheme, resulting in a change to the experience in that area. Part of the road's reconstruction brought about by this scheme will provide a new dedicated highway drainage system to take away surface water in an easterly direction and into the attenuation basin within the application site. And so to the delivery of housing proposed in this application. Our development partner supporter has spoken to the provision of affordable housing, but I ask committee to note and to place great weight on the early delivery of housing. Having heard the adjacent site be given up to 5 years for the submission of reserved matters in June of this year, I ask the committee to pay particular attention to the fact that the applicant is volunteering to accept a condition which says their reserved matters must be delivered inside 2 years. That can only result in the early delivery of much needed housing, with a start on site likely towards the end of 2025.
30 seconds.
That is the delivery of your housing and development plan, a plan which is already 10 years old. So in summary, I can say the benefits of this application and scheme as outlined and listed in your officer's report at paragraph 11.4 far outweigh any disbenefits, and I trust that committee will come to the same conclusion today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Members, questions? I think I've got some questions first, and I'll take in Councillor French. Okay.
Thank you. I will ask the same question with regard to Anglia Water. Have you had discussions with Anglia Water?
Can I invite my drainage colleague to
Just
answer
a
the question?
yes or a no.
Yes.
Are you aware that when we've had flooding, we've had raw sewage pouring down Barker's Lane? I have got videos of it, repeated videos, not just one or two. It is disgusting. And the sandbags that Anglia Water put down there several months ago are still there, even after Anglia Water attended a meeting here in August for the 425 and promised to get something done. They haven't. I have a meeting tomorrow with Anglia Water at Barker's Lane. So that's first one. Have you had any discussions with regard to middle level, and does it affect their drainage system?
We've asked for consultation with them several times, about 11 times since January last year.
Can you use your microphone?
Can you start answering Councillor French's question from the very beginning, because you didn't have your microphone on it, it wouldn't be caught by the YouTube. So if you can just, thank you.
Anglian Water, yes, we have consulted with them. We did a pre-development inquiry at the very beginning. It was their advice to actually connect into Barker's Lane through that inquiry. As my colleague has stated, following the committee meeting in June with the Barretts, we went back. We'd gone through and consulted them several times because we were aware of the flooding issues. We have since come up with a new connection point, which is now the avenue to avoid putting any foul drainage into Barker's Lane. We are not proposing to go into Barker's Lane at all. I can confirm that to the committee today. We are following Anglian Water's guidance. The solution that we have for this development is a pump solution from the site, from a pump station that will be adopted. That way we can actually control the discharge rate from our site into the Anglian Water system. That rate will be set by Anglian Water through the adoption process.
Okay, thank you. Question to the agent. You have a pending application for an access at Lambs Grove. If that is approved, will you change the access away from Barker's Lane?
We have a separate application which has been in a considerable amount of time for Lambshill Grove. You have to go back to the timing of these applications because we were first on the scene. This application in Barker's Lane we submitted before there was any other application on the rest of the
Yes, I
application.
realise that with the dates.
But the Lambshill Grove access in its raw state, which is just for an improvement to that junction between Lambshill Grove and Wimlington Road, is dependent on other parties coming along, maybe 5 years before that access comes into being.
I'll come in there if I can follow on from there. I've had considerable speaking with Anglian Water, and again I've spoken to him today, Hannah at Anglian Water, and she tells me that there's two issues. You cannot put the drainage system, your foul water, into Barker's Lane drain. It blocks up, and as Councillor French said earlier, I've spoken to Anglian Water on numerous occasions in the earlier part of the year, March and April time, and there's been raw sewage coming out of those drains. I've seen it for myself. As I said in my declaration, I live far enough away, but walk my dog down there, and it's disgusting. It absolutely is. And the foul drain and sewage comes up in people's in Barker's Lane who actually live in Barker's Lane as well. So, in your report, it says that you wish to connect, or you can, or you may well like to connect to the David Wilson Barrett Homes pipes that are going to the drainage system that we approved a couple of months ago in this committee room. Well, that to me at the moment, sitting here like this, it's not what I am led to believe. And I'll quote, I've reviewed, this is from James Abbott, he's the Development Director of BDW in Cambridgeshire, okay? And I quote, I reviewed your committee report for the March East Development Limited MEDL site. There is reference in the report to MEDL potentially utilising FW drainage system within our development. That's the 425 houses. I must make you aware at this stage, we don't have a formal agreement in place with MEDL for them to connect into our drains. But this is worryingly furthermore, this is one option that you probably haven't got. Further, they have made no contact with us in an attempt to agree formal rights of connection or for access onto across our land to allow them to make a connection. So you've not spoken to David Wilson Homes at all, have you?
So we've made no contact with them. The meeting that I had with Anglian Water, which was Hannah Walker, was purely to take, and we want our development to stand alone as much as possible, so it can be delivered within timescales that we can control and not be reliant on David Wilson Homes. So we have a pump solution, which was always going to be a pump solution, and that will be pumped to the Anglian Water network in the avenue. It's not dependent on the Barrett and David Wilson Home development coming forward. We can deliver this ourselves.
Okay.
And that is with agreement with Anglian Water.
That's fair enough. So, yeah, that sort of partly answered my question on this. But now, the roadways is another bone of contention I think some of this planning committee have got. But are you looking to have these roads, or spur roads, well, there will be spur roads definitely, are they being made up to adoptable standard?
Sorry, this is Damien Tungat, our Harris.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot the gentleman's name, but obviously I wrote down drainage because that was my first priority.
Good afternoon. At this stage, the only thing that's in detailed form is the access from Barker's Lane, which will be to adoptable standard. I think the internal, certainly the spine road, is something that would be potentially constructed to adoptable standard, but I think, yes, ultimately we would follow Cambridge guidance, whether it is adopted or whether it's not in the end.
Yeah, because as councillors around this table know, and I won't mention them, we see in Fenland, and we've got a highways officer here, Mr. Edgar here, who tries to oversee the adoption of roads to the highways, an S38 agreement, and he's got loads and loads and loads of outstanding agreements that need to be settled, and I don't think there's too much chance of him getting them all settled in his lifetime on the county council. So, and I don't like these management companies doing this and that and the other, but going back to the roads, if this was to be passed, I would like to see all being built, but only 90% occupancy until the road has been fully adopted by Camps County Council. That would alleviate the problems of them not being done. So what's your views on that?
It is a condition that we'd have to take instruction on, but I don't see it as being particularly onerous.
Okay. We've done it before in a application in Wimbledon. It was only 44 houses, I think it's 44 dwellings, and we did 4. So it's just obviously more because there's more houses, isn't there? But so you would agree to that in principle then?
In principle, yes. I'd ask by return if your high-risk colleague knows the answer. What's the experience been of the platform development in Wisbech? I mean, that started as 137 dwellings. Whatever arrangement platform has entered into there with regard to the adoption of roads, I can't see them having any difficulty with doing exactly the same here.
Okay, so I will bring you in, Nigel, now, please, to answer my question and to give some clarity to.
I think that we can have an undertaking in the planning permission to have the roads completed by to a given standard by the 90% house occupation or whatever it is going to be. But to say that it shall be adopted is a different matter because it's subject to in the whole process of technical assessment, not least the drainage and getting acceptable outfalls. I mean, we don't have a problem with adopting a housing estate road like this, but it's obviously an iterative process of submission, design and implementation as well. So that's fine. So I think it would be a case of, as you say, get it up to a point of completion surfacing, because that's our major problem in Cambridgeshire. The roads are left unsurfaced, unfinished, and then they don't drain properly because the water's not getting to the gullies, etc. But I don't think we can put on a requirement for it to be adopted because it's separate to an entire different area of law and beyond the planning remit, unless you wanted to enter a Section 106 agreement. And if then you fail to do that, or there's technical issues with the road, then that becomes a problem. But the principle of having them finished, I think, is fine. And really, you should be seeking to do that for your occupiers anyway. So,
but I think I'm right in saying that doesn't always happen. Well, the developments are left. The developments are unfinished. The roadways have been.
This would be a different approach in that we'd normally have a condition on that says the road should be completed to bind the course level, which is the layer below the surface course. This would be an approach whereby by the 90% house or the 90% house dwelling or occupancy, those roads should be finished off completely and surfaced. And I think that's a really good idea and a model we should take across the county for all of our developments.
That gives me a lot of comfort, you saying that. Thank you very much. So, yeah, thank you very much. So I'm finished now for the time being. Councillor Gerstner, and then I'll take Councillor Mark.
Thank you. As previously, I get confused a bit easily, and I'm after some clarification, please. Within our document is a lot of numbers, figures, charts, diagrams, junctions, calculations, algebra. We're simple people on planning, okay? And that's a lot for us to take in. This is an outline planning application to deal with access. Several questions. Why can't you have access from a different place other than Barker's Lane? Why is it not feasible? There is a route which residents have suggested that could be taken.
It's not feasible for the very reason that these 130 dwellings need to be delivered as soon as possible. At the previous committee where you gave a resolution to grant with the access approved off Wimbledon Road, which is one of the alternatives to which you refer, similarly Lambs Hill Grove, we could be sitting here in 5 years' time waiting for the details of those to come forward and for that allocation to actually begin to start being developed.
So there's actually, that is the reason, is the whole of it. It's not technically not feasible.
Councillor Gerstner, and when you finish speaking, put your microphone on when you do speak, and Councillor Gerstner as well. And when you turn it off, or when you finish speaking, can you turn it off? Because it won't pick up, it does not pick up on the YouTube video. It just goes silence. And we really, then nobody outside this room would understand what's been said or understand anything, would they? So if we can just be clear, when you speak, turn the microphone on, and when you finish speaking, turn it off. Yeah? Yes. Good. Put your thumbs up. Thank you.
So if I can go back to answering the question, there is nothing wrong, technically difficult, with using Barker's Lane as an access. With the mitigation proposals, with the design details that we've delivered, and in discussion with the County Councillor's Highway Authority, they confirm that they have no objection. So technically, it is perfectly feasible to deliver 130 dwellings with an access off Barker's Lane. The other two access points, my simple response to that is they could be up to 5 years away. Your affordable housing need, it's a decision you have to make as to whether you want the people who are in need, which you heard Carl Timberlake outline, want to sit there for another 5 years, possibly, for that to come along. We think not. We want to start on site next year.
Thank you. My concern is, having read the reports, is public safety. I accept what Highways have said, and when it comes, we will grill the Highways engineer to how they've come to this conclusion. There's a school with children and access onto Barker's Lane from the school. We're talking 130 houses of affordable housing, which will probably be families with children accessing Barker's Lane and onto that road. My concern here today, to put it forward, is how safe are the children and the public going to be with that road and the new pathway which you're planning to build? I have to say I've got concerns about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, in terms of the actual trip generation from the site and Barker's Lane, you know, the fact that there's a school adjacent to it is fairly normal. There's a number of areas where there's schools next to the highway. The trip generation from the site along Barker's Lane will still be relatively low when compared to other locations, even within March itself. And the fact that we're delivering a 3 metre wide shared cycle and pedestrian way to the site and adjacent to the school will ultimately be a safety benefit.
If I could just add to that, that first section, that first 120 metres of Barker's Lane is being designed as a 20-mile-per-hour zone. So safety is at its heart.
I accept what you say. We have a lot of other 20-mile-an-hour zones, you know, and they're not enforced. Okay, they'll tell you that the police can't and won't enforce them. So although we like 20-mile-an-hour zones, certainly near schools, okay, and certainly to be adopted there is a good thing, but the enforcement of 20-mile-an-hour zones is something else.
I think looking again at the scheme design details, there is a dedicated 3 metre wide cycleway stroke footway on the northern side of Barker Lane proposed. And for the bulk of the children accessing Neil Wade Academy or going on into the town centre, they will come up from the development and use a continuous 3 metre wide cycleway, which will be separate from the vehicle carriageway.
Thank you. Again, timing, sorry Chairman, timing. We've spoken about the timing of delivering of the highway itself. As you start the build out, when is that pathway going to be delivered?
You will know from your officer's report that the resolution seeks that you approve the scheme subject to the conclusion of Section 106 agreement and appropriate conditions. The usual condition in my experience with development is that the access that's designed primarily, or in this case the only access to the site, has to be delivered first before certain other events, trigger events within the scheme happen. So I'm expecting to sit down with Gavin Taylor and agree a condition which seeks the early delivery of the access road.
Thank you.
Councillor Marks? I would take Councillor French, sorry about that. Then I'll take Councillor Marks. Sorry, Councillor French.
Thank you. I think actually you're confusing us all. I take offence at our fellow councillor calling us simple. I'm certainly not simple. With regard to, you have a planning application which was put in 2023, formation of an access associated with highway works, pending consideration. You state that you haven't spoken to the other people. If you come out another way, it's going to... Where do you get the 5 years from? I'm confused on this. In August, we recommended approval, an outline for the 425 houses. We asked them a question, when are you going to put your reserved matters in? And the answer was, as soon as possible. So I don't understand where you're getting this 5-year delay, or 5 years.
Well, I'm sure your officers will confirm that your resolution included a condition that requires the submission of reserved matters on that consent any time before the end of 5 years.
No, it wasn't. It was 2 years. It's never 5 years. I've sat on this planning committee for years, and it's certainly not 5 years. And the applicant stated he would put the reserved matters in as soon as possible.
Well, perhaps officers can confirm what the resolution was.
That's a very pertinent question. Perhaps you'd like to ask that to officers when we get to that stage. But thank you for that. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Just on a couple of points of clarity. You're saying that, going back to drainage, there are going to be pumps on site. Will these be installed from day one and adopted by Anglian Water?
So the general process of putting in the adoptable pumps, there will be a section 104 design process. Once that technical approval is granted, those pumps will then be, well, the chamber is then built. There needs to be a set number of dwellings outfalling and discharging into that station for it then to become active. Until that time, with Anglian Water, there will be a mechanism to deal with foul water, i.e. pump to a place where Anglian Water agree. All of these happens on every single site where you have a foul water pump station, and it will all be done with Anglian Water's approval. So that the station would have to be built very early on, absolutely, and they will be looking to get as many houses into that station as quick as possible, because then that gets the adoption process well and truly finalised.
So we could be in a situation where it is still pumped into Baker's Lane for a period of time? No?
No. Anglian Water, with the agreement with Anglian Water, is there is no connection from this application to go into Barker's Lane. It will not happen. The rise and main will have to go from the pump station to the avenue. You cannot make a temporary connection to something on a pump. It's very, very difficult, and it affects all the pump pressures and would affect the whole of the pumping mechanisms within that station. So that would not happen.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, you say you've spoken to or been trying to speak to the IDB for 11 times?
My first email to the mid-level board was in January 23. There were several emails asking for comments, asking for meetings. I even spoke to one of the engineers and said, we want to try and bring it to committee, and we would like to bring a strategy that they are in acceptance of. We didn't want to bring something without their say on the strategy. I even offered to drive to their office and have the meeting.
Something you could take up probably with the ID, Councillor French.
Most certainly will. It's March South or 3rd. I most certainly will.
I thought you might. Anybody else got any more questions at all? Can't see a burning desire to. Any of the experts at all? We haven't used flood and water. Anybody got any comments to bring their expertise in? No, we're all satisfied. Thank you very much. Now, members, questions to officers. Councillor French, I'm sure you'll be ready and willing and able.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Right, can we have clarification on this 5 years or 2 years? Please.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So condition 2 of the proposed condition schedule for the David Wilson Homes scheme was a requirement for approval of the reserve matters to be made to the local planning authority before the expiration of 5 years from the date of this permission. The reason for that being that the proposal is to phase that development, and therefore what we didn't want was a situation where we'd had a couple of the first phases agreed and they ran out of time to submit that last phase. So the idea was to extend that to a 5-year period. That does entitle them then to take 5 years ultimately to submit their reserve matters, and then to begin within 2 years from the approval of that last reserve matters.
Thanks, Gavin, but that doesn't mean to say that they're not going to start for 5 years. The agent sat here and he said he wanted to put his reserve matters in as soon as possible. Have they submitted their reserve matters yet?
Through you, Chair. No, we're still finalising the Section 106 agreement.
They are working on it now?
I've not been made aware that they're working on reserve matters, but I'd like to think so.
So Gavin, I'll come in there. And so Gavin, actually, as soon as the 106 is sorted out, the reserve matters can go in. So it doesn't have to be 5 years. If the 106 is sorted out and working on, and its reserve matters can come, well, they can come as soon as early part of next year, can't they? They could bring it to full committee. Not necessarily, the 5 years is the outward. That's the longest it can be. It can be within 3 or 4 months, can't it really?
Yeah, it could be the day after we sign and issue the decision notice, essentially. Yes, it could be. I think what the applicant here was alluding to is that they've got no control over that, and therefore, they want to make sure they try and deliver as soon as possible, I guess.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Councillor French. Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you again. For the record, Barker's Lane, is the sole access for this development. There'll be no other access, is that correct?
That's correct, although we would expect to put in like an emergency point, so drop bollard or something like that in the event that there is emergency services needing to get to either this application site or the wider site if Barker's Lane for any reason is closed off.
Shown on the previous map here, were they?
The ones shown on the previous map were pedestrian and cycle connectivity points so that we get cross permeability through the site for sustainable travel modes through the entire allocation.
Right. It says here that the highways authorities are satisfied with the access arrangement to achieve a safe and suitable access to the development. I've still got concerns because we'll come to this later with all the pinch points, the junctions, the formulas, the algebra and everything else. Very difficult for us to understand. You've got 130 potential houses, which is a lot, could be a lot of vehicle movements on a very short stretch of road. The engineering of the road looks to me to be quite complicated, especially with a 2 metre cycle and shared pedestrian path.
Just the question there, if I could just get clarification on what that, on the question, sorry.
Can you clarify the question?
The question is that I've got concerns, you know, and I need to have the highways engineer explain to us how they've come to this conclusion. I'd like to be fully satisfied of the safety aspect to pedestrians, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask Mr. Egger to comment on that access?
Absolutely,
and the
please do. That's what he's here for. Thank you.
I'd be delighted, as I've not got much time left on this planet, according to you, David. You said I might not be here by all the time all my roads are adopted.
Tongue in cheek, of course.
Of course. We're presented, we don't come with the development plans, we're presented with options for, or people come to us with development proposals and we consider them. Now we consider items like this in relation to the policies in the MPPF, which is a development for us to object needs to have an unacceptable impact on highway safety or a severe impact on capacity. Now, all the numbers that you refer to, yes, I don't look at those, they're my colleagues in the transport assessment team. But typically, 130 dwellings, having looked at the figures, if you extract all the tables and break it down into its composite part, it's probably going to only generate 1 to 2 vehicle movements in the busiest hour. So in 8 to 9 in the morning, 5 to 6 in the evening, 1 to 2 vehicle movements will go up and down this lane associated with the development. Might be a little bit more, but that's the average. That's not a very high bar in terms of, or very great level in terms of capacity, so the junction will cope. A 5.5 metre wide carriageway and 3 metre cycleway will cope with that traffic and the pedestrians quite adequately. This latest iteration of the plan, which I think I commented on with the applicant's agent, we had a little bit of toing and froing, includes now the raised table to make it 20 mile an hour compliant, the speed narrowing and the raised table at that point, within 50 metres each other, and in conjunction with a 20 mile an hour zone, that should police itself quite nicely. It's when you put 20 miles an hour, I probably won't thank by this, I'm going on YouTube, it's when you put 20 mph without the additional engineering features, then the compliance is more of an issue. So it does have all those features. Children and cars, always a motive. It always is a motive, and next to a school. If it becomes a problem with on-street parking throughout the picking up and dropping off period in future, or as part of the 278 agreement, we can ask the developer to consider restrictions, time-related restrictions, double yellow lines or a single yellow line, something along those lines, just to further regulate that area. But overall, I'd have to say that given the high bar that's set by the MPPF to have an unacceptable impact on highway safety or a severe impact on capacity, there isn't enough trip generation, given that this only serves 130 dwellings and it doesn't go through to the rest of the sites apart from for emergency access, walking and cycling. As it's an enclosed cul-de-sac, we wouldn't be able to justify an objection. And that's how we base our assessment.
Thank you for that clarification. There was a lot of public opinion about it. It's only fair for me to put that forward to you. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I've got a question. We did speak earlier about, touched on it earlier. When in the school period of obviously dropping them off, it's not so bad, but when parents, guardians or whoever are picking up their children from the Neil Wade School, both of those sides of that road, Barker's Lane, are full up both sides for cars. So I would like to see, if this gets passed today, a restriction on those parking there, because that will, that's sort of imperative to me to do that. Your thoughts?
Again, as mentioned earlier, it's slightly difficult. It's slightly difficult because parking restrictions and traffic regulation orders are again separate area of legislation. But you could write into something like the travel plan that says the applicant shall promote, investigate, or implement in conjunction with the district and county council measures to manage on-street parking or something along those lines. So it needs to be kind of, if your planning colleagues will agree, slightly sort of vague for the planning, but ask them to investigate and implement, and then we can put that into the legal agreements that we have with the developer, either the Section 38 agreements for their adoption of the streets, or more likely a 278 agreement for the highway works that they must have to implement this work on Barker's Lane. So it's a question of how to secure it in planning terms, in principle, so we can deliver it in engineering terms in different highway law.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. So, Gavin, you've made a note of that, have you? That we can implement that if it gets passed today. We can ask for that to happen.
Yes, I made a note of that against the travel plan condition 20 that's proposed.
Yeah, absolutely super. I knew you probably would. Thank you. Councillor Marks. Sorry.
Okay. Just for a matter of clarity. Sorry.
Okay, Councillor French.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. Engineering, I understand about 20 mile an hour. I do sit on the Transport Committee at Cambridge County Council. They've pushed 20 mile an hour onto everybody. You would need to have some kind of engineering. You will not get people just slowing down. That just won't happen. We're starting across March putting various things to slow people down. At a meeting a couple of weeks ago I attended, it was crystal clear the police will not, and under no circumstances, enforce that 20 miles an hour. With regard to, you can put as many hundreds of double yellow lines round. I'm sure some of you have seen what's been on Facebook across March this week. We can have double yellow lines everywhere. They're not enforced. I've been trying since 2019 to get civil parking enforcement across Fenland. Due to the unreasonable conditions that the Rainbow Alliance at County Council have put on, it is impossible at this time for us to do it. So you can double yellow lines, whatever you want, it's not going to work.
And I endorse your comments. We, the Rainbow Alliance, do not give us anything at all. We are the poor relations here, and it needs to be said on YouTube. You're absolutely right, Councillor French. Anybody else got any more questions for officers before I have one? No? So, right, so, go on then.
Right, we do have some beautiful trees down Barker's Lane that have got TPOs. Are they going to be felled? I hope not.
You just stolen my thunder, but carry on.
Yes, so through you, Chair, I'll just see if I can find the plan. So this is essentially the proposed landscaping plan. Now, in terms of TPO trees, there is a horse chestnut tree directly opposite, so the first house as you come into Barker's Lane on the left there. Directly opposite that, there is a TPO horse chestnut tree. Now, the proposal is that may be felled. However, there's a condition 5 that's proposed that which requires further details in that regard. because it does sit quite close to where the footway cycleway is proposed to go. And obviously, whilst there may be an engineering solution, we're not quite certain at this stage. Nonetheless, there is a proposal, obviously, and as secured through Condition 5, to secure a robust landscaping scheme, which would include replanting of trees, as sort of denoted there, hedgerow, etc. But obviously, I think the report even acknowledges that there will be some loss of vegetation along there, but certainly Condition 5 intends to minimise that as far as possible, and obviously then to secure any mitigation through replanting, should it be necessary ultimately.
Yeah, Councillor Marks, and I'll come in there then.
Can I just pick up on the TPOs as we had at the last meeting? To the entrance of Barker's Lane, is that County Council land or is that FDC land?
Okay, so through you, Chair. So the area to the north of Barker's Lane is essentially highway land, County Council land. The area immediately south of Barker's Lane, you can see there is an FDC asset. There's not proposed to be any works to that area of land. We checked that after Chair's briefing this morning. So essentially the area of works will be to the northern side of Barker's Lane in order to achieve that footway cycleway.
And do those trees actually have a TPO? Because we heard last time that CCC don't put TPOs on trees.
So the TPO recording is a group recording for 2 horse chestnuts, as I said earlier. That's actually now only 1 horse chestnut tree along there, which is identified in the arboricultural report submitted as a category B/C tree. So certainly not a category A or the upper end of B, but that's what the mapping is showing in terms of TPOs along that immediate edge of Barker's Lane there. I think there are some historic ones a bit further on, set into the site, but my understanding is a lot of them, I think, might have been removed from some of the school buildings historically. Years ago, they go further back into the site. There was sort of a grouping that ran northwards back into the site, but there was a school building there historically that I think is now gone, but that occupied the site of some TPO trees. So our TPO records, I have to say, are a bit out of date in parts, could do with a refresh. But certainly I can acknowledge that horse chestnut tree is a TPO protected tree.
Councillor French.
Thank you. Yeah, with the TPO, I think it's absolutely disgraceful that tree's got to come down, but if it's got to come down, that's so be it. Can I move on to the section 106? I note what is proposed is for early years, primary, secondary school, libraries and strategy. Why is there nothing in there for our doctors, national health or anything else? I know we have a agenda item later on with regard to validations with examples there, and these examples are not in there either. I would like to see, I will just tell you, some of you may or may not know, County Council are sitting on education 72,667,287.11. There was no money spent on education in 22-23. If you are aware, Chair, we had an agreement through the last government that we were going to have a new SEND school. The government in place now has pulled that, which is another disgrace. County Council do not need, they're sitting on the whole of Section 106 with travel, healthcare, monitoring, etc., etc. They're sitting on £89 million, 583. So I'm sorry, you keep putting on here education. We need infrastructure which will help our doctors, etc., etc. And especially with that amount of homes, as you know that March East, which some of this will actually come in, is one of the most deprived areas in March. We need open space contributions. We need our play areas upgraded. Let's see some real stuff in here and not just stuff everything into education.
Quite right, Councillor French. I did speak to Matthew, the head of planning here on my left-hand side, about it with Councillor Marks, about it this morning, and we are going to have a meeting very quickly, very soon, to see where we can actually go with this, because I actually agree with you, and I'm sure Councillor Marks is nodding his head in agreement, and we have been tasked with you and other senior councillors to make this happen, what you suggest happen. So we might not be able to do anything this time, but we can probably look at the 106 before the 106 has been signed off. So we can probably look at it like that.
No, I'm sorry, Chair. We have always been told if it's not in the beginning, you can't add it later. So don't lift our legs on that one.
But we've also going to have a look also, to be fair, at the ones that you passed last month at Whittlesea as well. So obviously
I wasn't there last week.
No, but we're also going to do that as well. So sorry to disagree, we can, but we can have this conversation now if you want to. So would you like to answer Councillor French's concerns regarding that?
Yeah, if I could, if you just turn to section 10.80 of the officer report, I'll sort of just fast track that point. So essentially the applicant is proposing to provide contributions towards transport impact mitigation. Ultimately, there's a MAT scheme there, £1,500 a dwelling, and there's also £96,000 towards the on-site demand responsive bus service, which you may recall from the Barrett David Wilson Homes scheme. 10.80 looks at that essentially and says that there's already land gifted or proposed to be reserved for the school site. So in terms of addressing some of the education requirements, that could be deemed to do so. The £96,000 for the demand responsive bus service, there's probably a fair argument to say that the site isn't actually that far from the nearest bus stop at Windington Road. So therefore, that £96,000 could instead be directed towards healthcare requirements, of which I think we have 561,000 for upgraded surgery facilities and 138,175 for ambulance services. So there could be a sort of pro rata split for those, instead of actually directing that towards education. Certainly that's kind of what's alluded to in 10.80 of the report there.
Well, yeah, before I bring Councillor French in, the 96,000 for the buses, that certainly can be come out of it and go into healthcare or something like that, or open space or whatever we agree on. But Councillor French.
Yeah, sorry, Gavin, how much did you say? 500 and what?
So set out 10.72 of the report, it sets out the healthcare requests from the both the East of England Ambulance Service and the NHS Trust as well. And that splits them out.
Yeah.
Can I just come back on, which now I'm really confused, transport infrastructure. I mean, you've got down there 96,000 for buses. What buses? We don't have any decent buses.
That's what I was alluding to. There's a bus stop.
We have fact delivers our bus service. I mean, it's ridiculous. You've got in there in point 10.76 with regard to financial contribution of 1,500 per dwelling for MATs. I'm the chairman of MATs. The money that alludes to 195,000. The money for MATs comes from the combined authority. So why are we trying to milk developers when developers could actually be doing something for the actual town that these houses are going to? I mean, I've been working since 2018 for a BMX track, pump track for West End Park. Finally, we've got an application in, hopefully. That has taken, it's 6 years. 6 years this month we actually started our and it took us years to get the contribution. We've got the fastest growing town in March, and we've got nothing for our kids to do. You know, we've got Upwell Road, which is on the application this afternoon as well. That's March East. It's the most deprived area. What are they contributing towards? We have North Drive. All it is a field, a park. That's the ideal place to have a new pump track, whatever you want to call it, and that will cost something like 120, 130,000. And that's where the money should be going, to help our youngsters do something which will stop antisocial behaviour.
I quite agree. And I can just to confirm, within 400 yards of the application site, on Wilmington Road, there is 2 bus stops. There is a bus stop just past Appletree Close on the left-hand side, which obviously goes towards Chatteris, and then there's one more or less three houses off as you turn Wilmington Road past mine. There's another bus stop on the left hand, on the other side of the road going towards town. So we do not need another 96. We don't not need another bus stop. So that 96,000 odd pounds can be diverted somewhere where it needs to be, in my view. So
can I just come back, Mr. Chairman? I have been the chairman since 2017 on MAT. We have never discussed this. I've got a meeting in about 3 weeks' time. We've got major stuff that we're doing. Part of Broad Street, as you know, we're just about finished. That'll be finished in 2 weeks' time. And then we have got other stuff that we're moving on to. We've never discussed this or even asking developers for money. And I will be bringing it up at the next meeting.
Absolutely. Gavin, can you, for a start, I mean, you can reply to Councillor French's questions, but mine was directly, we do not need the £96,000. Can that go into another pot? So, as Councillor French has suggested, can be helped with young children or whatever it's agreed on. So that's my question. And then Councillor French can reiterate her question so you can answer those.
Okay, so to answer your question first, Chair, if I may, then, so in terms of the £96,000 that we're talking about here, subject to there being a SIL compliant sort of project or scheme, then we could put money towards that. So as I say, what's suggested is the identified healthcare requests at this stage, that money could go towards that.
Yeah.
In terms of other projects, so young people's projects, etc., I'm not aware of any, none have been put forward through this application to consider. We did consult with our open spaces team, but they've not come forward with anything, but that's not to say that we can't. Obviously, this application is before us at a time that we know what is required in terms of formal requests. So in terms of healthcare contributions, this could be proportionally split between the surgeries, so to speak, and the ambulance trust. I think in terms of the question Councillor French raised about the MAT scheme, I think we just need to remind members that the Barrett David Wilson Homes scheme came forward at the end of August with exactly the same request from the transport team, the same financial contribution per dwelling, and that was accepted at that time. I understand it's also being a requirement of all of our strategic allocations in March from the transport team in order to finance that MAT scheme, which would improve Peace Hill Roundabout and Hostmore Avenue. In terms of not supporting that at this stage, I think that probably needs a bit of further discussion. Probably not one for this application at this time, but certainly the amount being requested through this application is consistent with the previous one on the same allocation.
So I'd like that redirected, but I'll bring in Councillor Marks.
Chair, can I make a suggestion, like on the last planning meeting, that yourself and myself again deal with this via the head of planning, its condition, so we can then sort out the distribution of this money.
Just one point of note, I think, which the report does go into, just trying to find where it is, if you can bear with me. So 10.78 of the report refers to our developer contributions SPD and sets out that where a scheme is affordable housing led, that we would not look to secure financial contributions against that scheme because of the other benefits it would otherwise provide, and obviously probably viability considerations that result. So essentially what we're talking about is if this scheme does come forward as 100% affordable housing, which is basically what's been put forward in a round, then we wouldn't then be seeking financial contributions against that. So that's just, members need to be mindful of that, is that the SPD sets out that where it is an affordable housing led scheme, we don't secure financial contributions. So whilst we would need to build it into the 106, there would also need to be a clause in there that should it then ultimately come forward as 100% affordable housing, those contributions would fall away. Thank you.
But as Councillor Mark says, we can have that on another day. We can have a meeting on another day and discuss that. Can't we? You're happy with that, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. my concern is that should this fall down and only become a 50% affordable home or whatever, you know, I think we need to be clear on where we want the money as a committee to go, and we want to keep it local. Fenland does miss out, especially education. It baffles me how they're sitting there with £72 million, yet they pulled £2.5 million from a budget in Maney, which is the heart of Fenland, on a building programme. Had I known that at the time, that would have been a different story. But and so it goes on, as you say, with the SEND school. So I think we do need to be hot on this going forward.
So I'll bring Councillor, oh, sorry, did you want to come back on it, Gavin? I'm going to bring Councillor French in.
Apologies, if I could just come back in, can I just ask members then to be mindful of the recommendation that's set out at section 12 of the report, because that's seeking delegated powers for officers to finalise the 106 agreement and conditions. So if you need to vary that, or you feel it's necessary to change that in any way, you need to make sure that goes in as part of your proposal. Thank you.
Sorry, did you, sorry, Matt.
For clarity, just in relation to what Gavin just said, I think, yeah, see, members would need to slightly amend clause 1. Moment it says the committee delegates authority to finalise the heads of terms of the section of 6 legal and planning obligations to the head of planning. Obviously, members outside of the committee can't determine that, so all I would have suggested that would need to be added in consultation with. Now that would just need to be added to the recommendation if members wanted to go with that, just for clarity. Thank you.
We've got that. I think we're okay with that one. Councillor French, is it for officers? Yeah.
It's for somebody.
Go on then. Let's have it to officers. If not, we'll do it in debate.
In section table 1 of the section 106, you've got 326,000 early years, and then the list goes down. I gave you the figures that County Council are sitting on £89 million. They keep asking for education money. Why are we keep giving it if they're not building schools? As I said, this new SEND school that should have been started next year has been put off by the government. Why do we keep asking developers for money to put into a pot with County Council for them to sit in that money for years and years? They didn't use any in 22-23. There's nothing planned to my knowledge for 24-25. As a county councillor, you should know that as well. And the difference between Barrett Homes, we didn't push for extra money because they offered a piece of land that will be available as an orchard, which I understand many people in March have signed up. They want an orchard. I know they're not going to get it straight away, but that land is available. So that's the extra bit that they've put in, which I thought was quite generous of them. But before you actually agree on this money for County Council for schools, I think officers and whatever committee that you've got, you need to seriously look at this, because we're getting our legs lifted.
Councillor French, I am aware of the 89 million. I wasn't aware of the 89. I was aware of the 72, to be fair, which is still a significant amount of money. It's even worse with 89. But you can be rest assured we'll robustly discuss this 106 for contributions to County Council going forward, if you will.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, I can't answer the specifics to the question, but what I can say generally is obviously the figure you've raised obviously is county-wide. Section 106 contributions will be allocated to certain projects normally in relation to washing their own face of schemes coming forward. There'll be pooling requirements, there'll be periods of time that they're allowed to be put into before they'll have to return. So if there is a scheme going on in an adjacent authority, a large scheme for 2,000 houses, that may well need to deliver a junior school, or maybe even 2 junior schools at that sort of scale. That scheme would require, through the phasing of that, to pay various contributions. It's unlikely, obviously, that the scheme would then, the school would be delivered until all that money has been received by the council, because obviously they've got limited budgets and they can't front forward the funding. So what that results in is that will happen with significant build-up of money with the county council for them to look to deliver. Sorry, I'm trying to get over the man flu. To look to deliver schemes in the future. So that will always happen, because that will be aimed at washing their own face of the schemes that have done that. Secondly, in relation to things such as, I think Councillor French made a comment in relation to transportation. Obviously, that money is taken to cover transportation for a period going forward for however many years for the future occupiers of these dwellings to be transported to their schools. So that money obviously needs to sit in perpetuity because it will be spent on an ongoing rotation. The issue that I would say Fenland has is actually the inverse of that. We are, month after month, not meeting education requirements. We are accepting schemes that put additional burden on the existing education facilities within this. We do not bring in the funding that they require for these applications to wash their own face. Therefore, unlike in other authorities where they are viable and the application for a scheme actually provides all the money that the county needs to deliver that school, we don't have that. So that actually means there's a deficit that puts it onto county. Don't want to comment on anything more than that in relation to that point. This is just a general point about the planning system. But we are very different to the schemes where they're viable. So that is something we do have to balance, that, you know, more in a different situation where, let's say, you've got X amount of units and you need a junior school, a viable scheme, 4 or 5 schemes would bring forward that junior school in other situations within the country. In Fenland, because of our viability issues, that doesn't happen. So that's what we need to be conscious of. It's not as simple as just saying there are money, because actually, if there's money sitting there for Section 106, money, it probably isn't for any of our schemes because we give such little, and they will be for schemes that other councils adjacent within Cambridgeshire have met their requirements. So that, you know, it's not simple. But that's just a general planning point about how Section 106 and education works.
Yes,
But that's still disgusting.
If I can just say thanks, I do realise that, but I've sat here for years and years and years and years and seen the millions that has been allocated for education and nothing has been built.
So I can't talk about specific things, but
so
you understand.
I think with the committee, I think we'll leave that. We'll park this, and Charlie and I'll have our meetings just to reiterate that. So any more questions to officers in anything else other than education at all? No, can't see anything. Thank you very much, right. Thank you, officers, for doing your best to answer some very difficult questions. So now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate quickly. Anyone wants to start it off?
I think we've done it to death, to be honest.
We have really. We've sort of, I suppose we have really. Well, anyway, I'm going to ask anybody once more, do they want to debate this? Even though we're giving it a good airing. Councillor Benny, you're the saviour this afternoon.
Well, somebody's got to say something. I mean, looking at this, we've had a lot of debate on this already. We've got a policy compliant application in front of us once again. I think the fair water drainage has been addressed, and I think that has been answered very clearly to us. May not be to the satisfaction of everybody here, but for the point of having an application in front of us that is policy compliant, certainly doesn't give us any grounds to turn it down. And truly, we have discussed it to death, and I think we've covered everything we can. We've now got to make a decision on this, and I see no other option but to approve this application.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to add? Councillor Senate Clough.
I agree with Councillor Benny, Chair, that there don't seem to be the material considerations to refuse this application, having covered all the concerns, and obviously there'll be ongoing discussions with the conditions. So I agree with Councillor Benny.
Well, anyway, so anybody else finished with the debate? So if we are, I'm looking for a proposer here. Councillor Benny?
Yeah, I propose we go with officer's recommendation and approve this application.
Okay, have we got a seconder? Councillor Elizabeth Senate Clough. So with that, so it's proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor Senate Clough to go with officer recommendation to approve this with these conditions. With amendments.
Clause 1 of the recommendation.
Do you want to read out, please, the amendments?
Dear Chairman, my recollection was that it was an amendment to the first clause within the recommendation that the committee delegates authority to finalise the terms and completion of the Section 106 legal agreement and planning conditions to the head of planning, subject to consultation with, and obviously members can suggest who they want that to be consultation with. Obviously, I'd advise we try to limit the group just for time and things.
Okay. So, Councillor Marks.
Sorry, that should be with agreement, not consultation.
Future, Stephen probably felt I don't think we can actually legally do that.
Yeah, thank you. Through your chairman, we can't delegate to members to make a post-committee decision on the 106 content. It's the appropriate mechanism is delegate to officers in consultation with members. Otherwise, you're creating a de facto subcommittee, which is not what we should be doing.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Stephen. So are members happy that myself and Councillor Marks? Yeah? Okay, so that's myself, Councillor Connor and Councillor Marks then.
Through Chairman, to really be pernickety, and I think that's, yeah, probably would actually have to be to the roles, just in theory, one of you could step down from the committee tomorrow, so it'd be the post, whoever was in posting.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we've got it in principle, as we are speaking here today. Okay, so all those in favour of that proposal to go with officer recommend to approve this? Those against? That application has been approved. Thank you. So let's be back. It's now, let's be back at quarter to 3, shall we? Thanks. Just before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, the YouTube is not coming out too well because people are leaving their microphones on, and that includes me to a certain degree, when they're not speaking. And so can we make sure the microphone's on when we speak, and when we turn it off as best we can when we refrain from speaking or finish speaking, because David said the YouTube is not very clear. So if we can just bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Councillor French?
We have discussed this before. Can I suggest that we look to actually have a decent microphone system? We don't have this at County Council. They've got, you know, a perfect sound system. You don't have to keep worrying about whether you've got, see, you've got yours on now. Prime example.
I did say that's my fault some of the time. But having said that, you're the deputy leader. Have a go at the leader.
I will try.
To be fair, when we go to the boathouse, it's everybody can hear and everybody can see what's going on YouTube. It is, I think it's the system here, and yeah.
Okay, I take that in mind. But if we can just do the best we can with the tools we've got there. So without further ado, we'll move on. I'll now hand over to Gavin again to present application F/YR 24/0509 RM, agenda item number 5. So Gavin, when you're ready, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Agenda item 5 is a reserve matters application for 110 dwellings at Upwell Road in March. Just remind members of the update report that was circulated yesterday, just in respect of further ecology comments, raising no concerns. Since yesterday's update report was circulated, we've also had a further comment. That was secured through Section 106 contributions, and therefore is not proposed to be delivered by the applicant. The loss of hedgerow, which has been sort of identified, there's a landscaping scheme that's coming with this application, and devaluation of properties is not a material planning consideration. So just looking at the location plan, so the site's located east of March, benefits from outline planning consent, which was granted at appeal in January this year for 110 dwellings with access committed. It's a wedge-shaped area of agricultural land, as you can see, with residential development along the western boundary at Cavalry Drive, Cavalry Road area. And this application commits layout, appearance, scale and landscaping. They're the only matters to be considered. So just looking at the site layout, as you can see, it sort of lies on a main spine road leading off of the Upwell Road. Very much follows the sort of indicative layout plan provided at outline stage. You see the road has got footways either side, raised tables to reduce speeds, and they serve pockets of development via sort of secondary and private roads. There's a landscape buffer adjacent on the eastern boundary, Suds Pond at the southeast corner, as you can see there, and an area of equipped play along that western boundary. Just a bit of a sort of close-up on there, as you can see the sort of arrangement of dwellings around those spine roads and private roads, and there's the south of the site there. In terms of the area of equipped play, as you can see, there's an array of equipment proposed in that pocket area with soft landscaping surrounding it. Condition 6 of the outline also required a detailed lighting strategy, taking into account impacts on bats. That's been submitted and has been accepted by our ecologist, and therefore that forms an approved condition as part of this reserve matters. Condition 16 also requires details of a non-vehicular emergency access to be demonstrated at reserve matters stage, and you can see there linking the site to Cavalry Drive essentially at the southwest corner of the site there, which also links to the right of way. That right-of-way is also proposed to be brought into the site and upgraded, that runs along the southern boundary of the site. Some images, showing sort of the designs of the dwellings, quite traditional in style, incorporating porches, sort of facing bricks, various types of facing brick and tiles. And again, you can see some other streets and elevations there, showing how the dwellings are sort of arranged, again, say, fronting those roads. The layout secures a policy-compliant level of parking for each dwelling also. So just a reminder of the site, as it currently sort of stands, it's an agricultural field, basically. So the photo at the top there is views from the right of way, sort of looking east. And then there's a track inside the site, and you can see the permissive footpath that runs along that western boundary there. And again, you've got views from the sort of boundary of the site looking back in across, and you can probably just see some houses in the distance there. The photo to the left, to the right, is the main point of access. So the application seeks approval of appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. Principal development's been established with the access agreed at outline stage. Certain elements of that layout, as I mentioned, were sort of formulated as part of the outline permission, so that main sort of spine road and the locations of drainage features, etc. As well as the reserved matters, there were two conditions required to be discharged through this reserved matters, again, just in terms of lighting and the access, emergency access. There have been some amendments secured through this. It's considered that the scheme secures a development which complies with policies of the development plan and is acceptable and therefore recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. We have one set of speakers on this application. I'd now like to invite Georgina McRae and George Wilkinson on behalf of the applicant to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm George Wilkinson, a planner for Allison Homes, and with me today is Georgina McRae, Planning Director, and we are here as applicant and developer to support this Reserved Matters application for 110 homes at Upwell Road, March. The Reserved Matters application before you today was submitted in May 2024 and is for the details of appearance, landscape, layout and scale, following the grant of outline planning permission in January 2024. As outlined in your officer's report, the development will provide 110 new homes, including a minimum of 20% affordable housing in a sustainable location, making it a notable contribution to the housing land supply and affordable provision in Fenland. A mix of 1 to 4 bed properties will be provided, with Fenland affordable housing officers involved in ensuring the affordable mix meets local needs. Throughout the last 6 months, Allison Homes have worked constructively with officers and key statutory consultees, including the LLFA, Local Highways Authority and affordable housing officers, to address all concerns raised. Amendments through planning include the introduction of vertical and horizontal vehicle deflection to reduce traffic speeds, and the inclusion of permeable paving to help control the discharge rate of surface water, as well as providing a form of water treatment. A 3-metre easement has also been provided along the entire length of the eastern ditch outside of Plot Gardens. The development will provide 2.2 acres of publicly accessible open space, providing areas of play and habitat creation throughout the site. Enhancements to public rights-of-way to the south of the site, along with financial contributions to improve the bridleway running north-south along the western boundary, will also allow for improved connections to existing development. The scheme will provide energy-efficient homes, with all homes achieving an EPC rating of a B or higher, and every house will have an electric charging point, solar panels, and air source heat pumps to provide sustainable homes. Allison Homes have worked closely with the Planning Authority and consultees to positively address all comments raised, and the proposal in front of you today has no objections raised by technical statutory consultees. The proposals represent a high-quality development, and we hope that members are able to support the officer's recommendations. Finally, I would like to thank Tim for his comprehensive report and commitment to this application, and Gavin to delivering the presentation today. Georgina and I are happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for that. Members, any questions at all? Councillor Senate Clough.
Good afternoon, both of you. Hello again, Georgina, from last month. With regard to the open space and the habitat, that sounds lovely on paper, but who will manage that? Because with reference to the Whittlesea application, you actually wanted the town council to manage it. So have you got anyone in place to actually manage that? Because obviously if you haven't got anyone to manage it, then it's not really going to happen, is it?
Thanks for the question. The management of the public open space is already secured through the Section 106. So on this site it is Residents Management Company. So that will be set up. Residents will be made aware of that before purchasing their property. We will manage the open space until a point it's ready and can be transferred to that Residents Management Company, and then they will have responsibility in perpetuity.
So just to clarify, then the residents will pay into the Resident Management Company and they will manage the open space and the habitat development.
That's correct, yeah. And they will be directors on that management company.
Thank you.
Just to add, so as part of the application, we've submitted a landscape ecological management plan, which sort of highlights the maintenance schedules that the management company have to comply with. That's been reviewed by Cambridgeshire Ecology with no objections.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. So it's Cambridge Ecological...
So we submitted a landscape ecological management plan, which was reviewed by Cambridgeshire Ecology, which is the sort of consultees for ecology.
Okay,
it's been assessed and no objection.
Okay. Councillor French.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, this application, you did win on appeal. I was totally and utterly against it because of the flooding issues down there. I don't know if you have been down there recently. They're doing archaeology digs. They're having to use pumps to pump out the amount of water. I just hope that you get this drainage system sorted once and for all, because that does flood. And I just hope the residents who go in there don't suffer. And with regard to your public open space, there is no way Marks Town Council will take that on.
No. Oh, Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Just following on from your residents committee talk, what happens if the residents decide they're not going to play ball and they turn around and say, sorry, we don't want this? Does it fall back to Allison Homes?
It does form part of the TP1 to the transfer of that property, so it's secured in perpetuity on the property rather than the resident. What the residents do have, being directors of that management company, is the ability to change the managing agent. So we will set up the managing agent, and as George said, the requirements of that agent in terms of the management of the open space and the landscaping. If they're not happy with what that agent is doing, they can change who's carrying out that maintenance.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, basically, Allison Homes, sell the house, there you go guys, we're off. And it could get to a situation where what you're saying, the owners, stroke the residents, could turn around and say, no, we're not interested in this at all, or not do anything, and this land could then fall into disrepute.
No, sorry, the fact that it's secured on the property, not the resident, they're legally obliged to be part of that management company.
That bit I understand, but if they don't do anything, who polices that? Is that something that Allison Homes behind the scenes will police?
No, once we finish that open space, transferred it to the management company, that's a land registry, it's on the title of the property.
I think what Councillor Marks is saying, when you built the last house, done the last bits and pieces, off you go, and people who buy their own houses are left to their own devices. It doesn't really sit well with me, that doesn't really, to be fair, that's just... Anyway, so it brings me on nicely. Sorry, Councillor Kirsten, I'll come in after you then.
Thank you. Two questions, one leading on from this. How is money secured from the management company after you've handed it over? And who sets who pays what and when?
It's all part of the legal setup of that management company. So residents will be informed of what that legal charge is at the point of purchase. They will pay into that. How that's paid can vary by management company. It's normally a monthly payment. So they'll be given an annual charge and it'll be paid monthly or annually. And as I've said, that is legally secured on that property. So Ellison Homes have no part to play in collecting that money or distributing that money. It's a legal setup of that management company with Companies House.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, correct me if I'm wrong, there's only one access in and out of the site? So is there going to be any emergency access for emergency vehicles?
Yes, there's one vehicular access off Upwell Road in and out of the site. Through the determination of the outline permission appeal, the inspector added a condition requiring a non-vehicular emergency access, which Gavin showed in his presentation. That comes in at the southwestern corner of the site. Okay. Along that route, yeah.
Thank you.
So we're looking at this management company now, aren't we? And Ellison Homes will be involved in it for the start. So how long will you be envisage being involved in this maintenance company? Was it 2 years, 3 years before it all gets nicely settled up and you hand it over? Or are you going to walk away when the last house is being built and off you go? What do you envisage that happening to that?
So we have to complete all open space and landscaping in accordance with the approved plans. That has to be signed off as complete by the management company and by the council before we then transfer the land and the responsibility of that land to the management company. So that will be on final occupation.
Okay. Let's clarify that. So the second part about it is these roads and the spur roads, are they going to be adopted to highway standard? Don't forget, we've got Nigel Edgar from the County Council here, an absolute expert on the job. So,
yeah, we've done a lot of work with Shane Luck, Nigel's colleague on this application, to make sure that all roads are up to adoptable standards. There were some amendments to the scheme on the back of Shane's comments. So we know that the scheme before you today can be fully adopted.
okay. And they're going to be adopted, and all roads are going to be adopted by Nigel's department before you hand it over to the management company then? Just to clarify.
Yes, and I believe there is a condition securing that on the outline planning permission.
So that's...
I say yes.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Just also for clarity, ditches and dikes, will that fall within the management company? Because the poor old IDBs keep getting hit with developments where suddenly people are moving fences and stuff like that, and what they're not, they can't get the machines in to clear. So is this going to be part and parcel of the management company's remit, or is this just going to be forgotten and the IDBs going to have to deal with it?
Yes, it will fall into management company land. There's a condition placed on the outline plan permission, condition number 8, which secures the drainage maintenance and management document highlighting what we will do. That'll get approved by the IDB or LLFA.
And that will include the distance that the flail needs to drive down the side of the dikes with the fencing?
Again, we've got a condition placed on the outline, a separate condition for ditch works, which includes cutback, flailing, removing vegetation, excavating ditches, creating sumps, ensuring the ditch line has a suitable gradient for at least 765 metres.
Okay, you've given a distance. Have you got a distance width that you're going to give the flail? Because I know at the minute we're looking for 9 metres. I'm looking at Councillor French. It's now gone up to 9 metres. Looking at some of those properties, that's going to be very tight.
It was a 3 metre requirement through the outline, so all down the eastern boundary there's a 3 metre easement. That's outside plot boundaries.
I'm sure you'd like to come in here, Councillor French.
Yeah, I'm biting at the bits here. Drainage board is 9 metres, and there is no way their machines will get down if you're talking about 3 or 5 metres.
That's only 10 foot, and not, I know machines are bigger than that.
And the trouble is with these dikes, with these dikes and ditches, they have to be kept clear in perpetuity, not just when you're finished and then you walk away and leave them. That is why half of March is flooding.
So what's your answer to that? If Councillor French says, and Councillor Marks absolutely correctly says it's 9 metres, and you said it's 3 metres, what's your answer to their questions?
So the ditch that we're talking about down the eastern boundary isn't an IDB ditch. Yeah, so the works that George is talking about are the works to get to the IDB ditch. The on-site ditch isn't IDB, and we've got the 3 metre easement and the management requirements along that ditch.
You guys are happy with that? Which brings me on to the next thing, really. The public right of way and the bridle way between Cavalry Barn Estate and your proposed development. I walk the dog down there a lot, to be fair, and it's in not very good repair. And I see you voluntarily give £16,000 towards the upkeep of that, or to make that better, but I don't feel, in my own mind, that's enough. We want health and well-being, and walking and doing whatever you need to do, running down there is part of that. So I know it'll only be a voluntary thing for you, and I'm going to ask you today, in front of you, can you up the £16,000 to a realistic amount of money to make that a lot better?
I'll delegate to legal officers, because I don't think that can be done on a reserve.
I'm just saying, as a voluntary, I know we can't make you do it on 106. I realise that because of £16,000 away. I'm saying to you, at the goodness of your heart, can you pledge any more money, more than the £16,000, to bring that to a better standard for health and well-being of the residents on that site?
We can have a discussion outside of planning committee about what we can do as a developer to work with the local community, but that can't form part of a planning decision in
Realise that. Steve?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. It isn't a material consideration.
No, absolutely not.
Therefore, members should not take it into account in determining whether to approve or refuse this application. So say that for completeness.
Absolutely, and I understand where you're coming from, Stephen, but this is just a voluntary ask for more money to make this better. This is not anything to do with 106 agreements that have already been sorted out. Make sure of that. But there we go. Right, Councillor Senate Clough, then Councillor Gerstner.
Through you, Chair. Georgina, sorry to push you on this, but just in the interest of clarity, and I'm a stickler for accuracy, when you say that there'll be something attached to the property in relation to the management company, is that a restrictive covenant on each property?
That's how I understand it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. We've seen on previous application today a pumping station because of the water, sewerage and flooding issues. This pumping station you've got there, is it yours? Is it Anglian Waters? Is it IDB? Whose is it? Who's going to build it? Who's going to maintain it?
We will build it and it will be adopted by Anglian Water. So we have been in discussions with Anglian Water. We know there's capacity in their network and at the recycling centre. So they will be adopting that pumping station, and it's designed in accordance with their standards.
Okay, thank you.
Do we know where the fell water is going to go? Have we got any idea where it's going to end up in the network? I know it's down. I know finally it'll go down into hopefully Creek Road or somewhere like that eventually. But where is it going to go to in the immediate?
we connect into the existing Anglian water sewer in Upwell Road, and it eventually ended up at March
Absolutely.
Water Recycling Centre.
Okay, so it's not going to go down Barker's Lane, as does some of it down Cavalry Barn. It's going to go down Upwell Road.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, questions, clarifications to officers? Anybody got any at all? No? No? Okay, no, that's fine. So, now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. We'll move to the proposal then. Well, we'll say so who'd like to make a proposal? Councillor French.
I don't like this application, but we've got nothing else but to approve it.
Yeah. Have you got a seconder for that? Councillor Mifferton. So it's proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Mifferton, that we approve this application. Could I have a show of hands on that? That application has been approved. Thank you. So, now hand over to Gavin once again to present application FYR 240562F, agenda item number 6. So Gavin again, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So item 6 is a full application for the erection of 14 dwellings at land at 2 Doddington Road, Chatteris. Just by way of an update, there was an update circulated yesterday which referred to further comments from local resident, town council comments, and obviously outstanding drainage matters, which I'll come back on to shortly. Also proposed revised wording to refusal reason 2. The applicant has sort of had dialogue since that update, maintaining that drainage solutions are available, subject obviously to relevant consents, and we'll come on to that in a short while. So just looking at the site, so it sits to the north of Chatteris, as you can see there, sitting behind the frontage development along Doddington Road. Adjacent, you can probably see on the aerial photograph better, is the Persimmon Homes scheme that's currently coming out the ground and at a more advanced stage than perhaps that aerial photograph indicates, with housing already sort of built, particularly in that first phase to the north of the site there. The site is in flood zone 1. So this is the proposed site plan, again accessed via Doddington Road, via a 6 metre shared surface road. As you can see, the dwellings are arranged around the street, with a turning head to the bottom end there. There's parking for each dwelling, including some visitor parking, which you might just be able to make out there on that southern boundary of the road as you come in from the access there. Just very quick skim through the proposed elevation. So these are sort of plots 1 and 2. So one of the concerns raised is regard to plot 1. You can see this side elevation, which fronts onto the highway. It's relatively bland, not considered to be sort of good planning and urban design point of view, which is an area of sort of concern. These are sort of the other remaining sort of semi-detached properties, plots 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 and 10. Plots 7 and 8, proposed elevations there, and 11 and 12, you can see, again, all dwellings fairly traditional in form and design, incorporating sort of traditional materials, and again, those last two at 13 and 14, pretty much as before. Street scene sections, so again, just to sort of point out, as we did, plot 1 there, which is on the bottom row, to the left, is an area of concern for officers in terms of how it presents to the road. And in terms of some of the other concerns, I'll just come back to the site layout very quickly. So we've got some concerns over some of the separation distances. So plots 13 and 14, which are sort of northernmost to the site, I guess, on the northern edge of that road. Their proximity to the existing property 4B, Doddington Road, which is, you can see there in the sort of area of white, and also the proximity of plot 8, which is to the southwest corner, I guess, as you look at it, and its proximity to sort of the garden area to plot 9. It's about 9 metres away, and there's concerns over overlooking there as well. And then some of the parking positions for plot 3, right on that southern corner, sit in front of the property of plot 4, which may impede outlook. So just general sort of urban design issues that haven't been addressed through this submission. In terms of drainage, as you would have seen from the officer report, I'll just come back to that now. In terms of the officer report, at the time of publishing, there was some last-minute information that came in to try and address some of the concerns from the Flood Authority, which proposed a different arrangement. So the concerns raised at that point were that there was insufficient information to demonstrate that infiltration wasn't possible on the site. The initial proposal was to discharge into an existing sewer. That sort of fails the drainage hierarchy approach, and therefore the applicant has subsequently attempted to try and sort of address those concerns by providing evidence of infiltration, which fails, so the site is not suitable for infiltration testing. So the next stage of the hierarchy would be to discharge to a watercourse where one is available, and the applicant has since proposed to discharge into a watercourse on the northwestern corner of Slade Roundabout, which is understood to be highway drain. Highways have advised that that is in principle not acceptable to accept and receive drainage into their watercourses. So the Flood Authority at this stage are not satisfied that a suitable drainage strategy has been achieved with the necessary consents demonstrated, even to an in-principle matter. We've recently received information from the applicant, as recently as this morning, or last night, I think late, to indicate that they're now looking at a separate point of discharge further north into an IDB drain. We've had insufficient time to consider that, and unfortunately the applicant has asked us to determine this application today. Just looking at the site in context, there's an existing building, as you can see, and you can just make out in the background there some of the persimmon dwellings. I think that are currently coming out of the ground, as I mentioned. You've got views towards Doddington Road, numbers 2 and 4, top right pictures there. And then the northwest boundaries of the site, so rear of 4 Doddington Road. And you can see the sort of building which is to be demolished, bottom right photograph there. These ones essentially show the access point, as you can see, from Doddington Road into the site, which is obviously proposed, as you can see there, adjacent to the garden centre stroke cafe area, and the persimmon site being slightly further along. So the application is seeking full planning permission for 14 dwellings. Principle is acceptable in terms of its spatial location. It's in a sustainable location for housing, and would obviously meet the housing growth aspirations of Chatteris in that regard. Heads of terms have been agreed in principle. This would secure contributions towards off-site affordable housing and financial contribution also. However, as I mentioned, there are concerns from an urban design point of view and amenity point of view in terms of how plot 1 presents to the street scene with that bland elevation, which could reasonably be designed out, and the proximity of some of the properties to existing properties in terms of overlooking, and also their interrelationship with one another on the site in terms of their distance separations, which again is considered to be poor planning in terms of how that would affect amenity. So the application seeks to manage surface water via an existing watercourse. However, there was at the time that this was provided there's uncertainty over who's responsible for that watercourse. I think there's still a degree of uncertainty. Therefore, there's also uncertainty over whether this is realistic means of surface water disposal. Again, the applicant as recently as today has submitted a different arrangement of surface water, which we've not had sufficient time to assess. And therefore, at this time, we're unable to satisfactorily say that the application meets policy LP14 and LP16 of the local plan, in that at this time, we can't categorically say that it satisfies surface water drainage requirements for the site. The lead local flood authority at this time have maintained an objection because there is no in principle agreement or consent from any receiving water body for that surface water drainage. Recommendation is to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Gavin. We've got one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Lee Bevans, of course he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. Once you're nicely seated, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As members are no doubt aware, this site has an extant permission for up to 9 dwellings approved back in January 22. Whilst the layout was not committed, it showed larger detached housing on the site with a roadway that will not work. Given the location of the site and the adjacent persimmon scheme, my client felt that this was the wrong approach, and particularly as he's completing a scheme of 9 2- and 3-bedroom houses elsewhere in Chatteris for rent. These dwellings will be for rent too. There is a strong demand for 2- and 3-bedroom homes in Chatteris, both for rent and buy, and with recent new companies coming to Chatteris like Aeratron and companies like Metalcraft expanding, a better mix of housing is required. The scheme was designed with early engagements with Highways who were really helpful, and they are satisfied with the road layout. This helped inform the layout, particularly with the narrow entry section from Doddington Road. We've always tried to engage with officers at the earliest opportunity and be proactive to address any concerns, and it's only been in the last few weeks that this has taken place. We've addressed biodiversity concerns, and this has been satisfied with credits being purchased to achieve the 10% gain. New native species trees will be planted as well as new hedgerows. The client has spent thousands of pounds exploring and resolving the drainage concerns. Infiltration tests confirmed that surface water cannot discharge via infiltration. The next step in the drainage hierarchy is to discharge surface water to an existing watercourse or ditch. This solution suggested taking it to the Slade End roundabout, but Highways believe this is Highways owned and will not allow discharge. Our consultants MTC have now confirmed that we will discharge surface water to an IDB ditch further along the Isle of Ely Way. So the drainage hierarchy has been met, and we have a solution that the LLFA will accept. We are happy to have a surface and foul water condition applied to this scheme to finally resolve the solution. The proposed density of the scheme is comparable with that of the adjacent persimmon development, with both schemes achieving about 37 dwellings to the hectare. Looking at the reasons for refusal, if you could play the PowerPoint presentation. First slide, that's it, thank you. Plot 1 does not have a prominent front, or does have a prominent front elevation to the street as you enter the site, but we would argue that the side elevation is not as prominent in the development. Plot 1 does not have a blank wall, it has a first floor ensuite window clearly shown, but the gable is alongside a driveway and a garage to the dwelling and does not face directly onto the public realm. Car parking and green space separates the dwellings from plots 11 and 12, which are opposite, some 22 metres away. Have the next 2 slides, please. There are numerous examples in Chatteris of dwellings approved by FDC with blank gables to the public realm. Whilst this is not always good design, there are often mitigating factors to do so. In this case, the driveway and green buffer separating the side elevation to the road. Refusal reason 2. I refer members to the next slide, please. Next one, sorry. Plots 13 and 14 are no closer to 4B Doddington Road than the 2 pairs of semi-detached houses in Fenland Way, which is the persimmon development. There are actually 3 of the 4 facing into the garden of 4B, and they are closer to the dwellings than plots 13 and 14. Plots 2 and 9 have over 12 metres between the front elevations, and this is fairly typical of a dual-sided development. Have the next slide, please. Sorry. This slide shows a scheme in Juniper Drive in Chatteris where 4-bedroom houses are actually separated by 9 metres front to front. It's not uncommon on schemes for smaller houses to have parking outside of another house. There are numerous examples of this in Chatteris and also parking courts in developments such as Sadler's Way. I'll run the next few slides. These are further slides of development in Chatteris where front elevations of executive homes overlook other private gardens with less than 8 metres distances. And the distances are much worse than what we are proposing with this scheme. We believe that this scheme is the right scheme for this location and it's not overdevelopment by virtue of it being comparable to the Persimmon development next door. The scheme is a sustainable proposal for the site. It will support local shops, businesses and facilities, and the benefits do outweigh the harm. The Town Council support the proposal and will endeavour to propose as many trees in the landscaping scheme as possible. We'd ask members to go against officer recommendation and approve this scheme for much needed smaller dwellings. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Bevan. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Bevan? Councillor Mifferton and Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mr. Bevan. Can you please throw a bit more light on your what you've been talking about the IDBs about the drainage situation, please? Thank you.
So we have had fairly extensive recent negotiations and backwards and forwards with our consultants. So our consultants were appointed to find a drainage solution as part of the drainage strategy. We followed the hierarchy, so we did infiltration testing on the site, but it's not conducive to soakaways on site. So we followed the hierarchy. It was at the first attempt, it was thought that the actual ditch by Slade End roundabout was an IDB drain. It's not, apparently, it's a highway drain. So the next hierarchy is to take it to an IDB drain, which is further up the Isle of Ely way. I think it's further up towards, on the road to March. So our consultants are satisfied that the LFA would approve that and drop their objection, but this has only happened in the last 24 hours. But if a condition is applied, a foul and surface water condition is applied to the scheme, then they're confident we'll have a solution that can drain the scheme, both foul and surface water.
Well, please, Jay. Just quickly, what if the IDB then come back and say they don't have capacity or you can't connect to the drain?
Then the next stage of hierarchy is to look at taking the surface water into the foul sewer that runs in Doddington Road. So there's a stage of hierarchy. So there is accountability for that if that's the case.
Thank you, Chair. But what it appears to me is that you haven't explored these options. You're just saying if this doesn't work, we're going to try that. Why wasn't all this done previously?
It's been done in a logical way, but the feedback we've had the feedback from officers has been fairly late in the process, so it's been a reactionary thing. The consultants have tried to follow the hierarchy, so they've done every stage, and we've done what we can at every stage proactively. So we're relying on our consultants telling us that that is the right approach, and they're satisfied with the approach.
Okay, Councillor Marks and Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Mr. Bevan. We hear that they say that the property on number 1 looks very bland. By your own photographs, you then show the development, not what four houses or whatever along the road, which shows a very bland wall. For the want of a better word, can we jazz this up by putting some like windows, like we see with bricked in windows with frame round? Is that a possibility?
Again, subject to officers, we're happy to look at that and look at, adding something on the ground floor level, look at the floor plan to see if we can put some passive surveillance on there if needed, but another window, yes, definitely.
Okay, not necessarily a window, just on the brickwork, surround or whatever. And following on from that, we've also heard about overlooking and stuff on other properties. And some of the properties around there have got higher fences than others. Is that something that you would look to do?
Again, as part of the planning conditions, we can look at increasing the height of boundary fences by trellis, etc. So it's not a solid fence. It's got some privacy, but also some daylight through it. So yes, we could do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Benny, then I'll come in myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bevan, obviously the main reasons for this is poor design. At what stage were you notified it was poor design, and what timescales did you have to design something better as the architect to come up with a scheme that would be more aesthetically pleasing to Chatteris and appealing to the officers?
Hopefully, as members know, we're proactive architects. We try and engage with officers at an early opportunity. We had our first real feedback from the officer about nine and a half weeks, I believe, into the actual planning process, having asked on numerous occasions for feedback on all items, basically. So it was about nine and a half weeks into the process. Then we met the officer on site where it was identified to us, but it was felt that the B&G elements, the biodiversity net gain and the drainage have come up and sort of almost superseded the design element of it. But it was it was felt that it was quite late in the day.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's 9.5 weeks in, going back from today. How far back is this? That's one question. And also, doesn't seem like you've got a satisfactory drainage scheme on the table that's ready to go today. What was the issues and timescales with getting this an approved drainage scheme?
So probably I would say in the last week and a half to 2 weeks is when the majority of the backwards and forwards on the drainage has taken place. And every time we've had something from the officer to say there's an issue, it's gone straight away to the consultant, who we're obviously reliant on to find the solution and follow the hierarchy. So, you know, that's happened late in the day, but that's not been something I don't feel that we've had control of. We've always been proactive to try and find that solution. I don't think we've had necessarily the support at officer level on this one.
Yes, you can, Councillor Benny.
I mean, have you asked for an extension of time to sort these issues out? Have you asked for one of those so that it could be, we could get a complete application at the committee?
We haven't asked for an extension of time, given obviously the lateness of what's been happening with the drainage. I have spoken with Gavin this morning. It's something we would consider if the drainage is the overarching issue that members have. We would consider an extension of time to resolve that, to get the LLFA to remove their objection. So yes, we're happy to do that.
Okay, so I'll come in there and I'll take Councillor Senate Clough next, if I may. Right. This is like really, again, sort of putting the cart before the horse, really. To my mind, with the issues of flooding or potential issues of drainage and everything else, this, maybe you should withdraw this, because it's not a complete application, are we? We can't, for my mind, I can't sit here and pass this application as we are at the moment. We're in limbo. We don't know, we've got no confirmation of where the fell water's going to go, have we? To be honest, it could go in a number of places. You're trying everywhere. And for my mind...
Sorry, Chair, the foul water will go into Doddington Road.
Sorry?
The foul water, I believe, goes into Doddington Road. Yeah. It's a surface water. It's a surface water that we're talking about.
But the drainage system as a whole, it's not conclusive, is it? So that's where I am on that one. And also about what sort of road, you know, tarmac, or is it going to be block paving? Is it like there, or what?
The road is designed to adoptable standards, but it will be a private road which will be block paved in a similar way to the scheme that's being done at the moment in Black Horse Lane. Okay.
So you said up to adoptable standards, so it's not going to be adopted then?
Correct.
So it's going to have to go on, not too fine a point, it's going to have a management company if this gets through today then?
Yes, Chair. the same way as Black Horse Lane.
Yeah. So if I was to support this on the aspect only, I would want, as I wanted at the other meetings, the other ones, I would want at Barker's Lane, I would want, if you were to do this, I would want 2 houses being unoccupied, built but unoccupied until such times it was brought up to absolute A1 standard. Is that something you can consider? Because as I think you heard in the Barker's Lane application, we hear all these roads not finished off. So, and of course, Mr. Edgar's there again. So is that something that you would be acceptable to? Because it was like that in Barker's Lane.
I think the difference here is that this is a private road that's designed to adoptable standard, but will be in a management company run by the applicant. So if it's felt appropriate that you think that 2 dwellings need to be held back prior to it being finished off, I don't see a problem with that, but it will be up to standard prior to all of them being occupied.
That is something I, as far as I'm concerned, insist on, to be fair. So, Councillor Clough.
Through you, Chair. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for attending this afternoon. There are a couple of references in the report to soil contamination. I wondered if you could tell me what that is or what that might be.
I'm not aware of any significant soil contamination on the site. There is, I mean, it's been up until this point a back garden. So it's got an existing shed on there which is still standing. So other than peripherals from being used as a garden, I don't see any strange hydrocarbons or anything in the ground.
That might be a question for officers then. Okay.
Thank you for that. Councillor Gerson, then Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Going back to the surface water issue, would you not agree that the final stage of having put surface water down a foul water system is not conducive in normal operations of building work?
I would agree with that. I would agree with that, Councillor. That is following the stage of hierarchy. That's the last resort with Anglian Water, is to look at taking it into a combined water, both foul and surface, into a foul sewer. We would hope that we'd be able to take it into the IDB drain and get the relevant consents. But that, hopefully, we would hope that could form part of a condition that goes on the permission, so that we can deal with that and satisfy.
It's my understanding that Anglian Water and other water authorities would normally only allow surface water when flooding is an issue in a place for them to go down. It's not a normal part of a building programme. Thank you.
Councillor Marks, your turn. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say I agree with Councillor Gerson. Oh, yeah, we have the same with the problem in Maney, where we've got standard water just going in with dirty water. It causes all sorts of flooding issues. We seem to come back to the drainage on this. We seem to be here a bit premature to when this, I know you say you're going through a hierarchy of the ways to find the drainage. At the minute, it's up for a refusal. Would this not be better to defer this for a period of time and come back to the committee with a full drainage package, as opposed to what we're dealing with at the minute, which is ifs, buts and maybes? Yes, we can condition it, but I personally think at the minute it would be better to do that if we can find a way around the other problems or the other issues that have been raised. Then, you know, just vote on this as a refusal or a pass.
Yeah, pertinent points.
How long would you need to do?
If it's the drainage side of things, I think the next committee, correct me if I'm wrong, is 13th of November. If it was bringing it back to that committee, then I would hope that we would be able to deal with the drainage. Yeah, we'd be able to deal with the drainage and have an approval in place from the LLFA by that time. We've already started negotiations, but obviously it's too late to speak to Jessica. So I would say that 2 weeks would be okay. And then if it's felt that within those 2 weeks that other amendments might be needed to the design, then they could be included at that time as well.
Yeah, to come in there, I don't think this has got hoping hex chance of ever going to the November the 13th meeting. I think we're nearly full up on that agenda, nearly already, to be fair.
Chairman, irrespective of that, obviously any additional information received will need to be consulted on. We will have to provide a statutory consultee 21 days to respond. We've got no ability to ensure it's received before that, and obviously members will want a fully robust report drafted once we receive the consultation response. So, off the cuff, I think it's Tuesday reports are due for the next committee, so the chance of being able to deliver a report within 2 weeks just is not possible. Members wouldn't be able to support you through the decision-making process.
So that we've heard that's absolutely not feasible. So
Is that would that be able to go to December committee then?
Mr. Chairman, with respect, it does say on the application it has to be determined by the 1st of November.
that's what I'm going to ask.
That's what it states.
It does. But
Otherwise
if we've got an
it's not in our
extension of
figures.
time, if they give us an extension of time, Councillor French, it's my belief that won't affect the figures at all, provided that's the case. Is that not right? On a deferment?
Chairman, obviously when an EOT is agreed, that provides a new determination date. All I would obviously stipulate is that we won't have one in place outside by the time the determination is, if it's deferred, we won't have a EOT in place. That's just the literal physical reality of the situation. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. So, Councillor French.
Can I suggest, it's not a question, but can I suggest we're going round in circles here that we actually start talking to officers and debate?
Okay. So, any more questions at all for the gentleman before we go? No, thank you very much. So we'll now quickly go to officers.
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to make a couple of points on some of the issues that were just raised in the last sort of 10 minutes or so. Firstly, I'd like to highlight that it's my understanding the applicant did not enter into pre-application discussion prior to the submission of the application. That's either with the council or with the lead local flood authority, both of which offer a pre-application service. The NPPF encourages engagement in pre-application so that we do not end up in situations where applications are being submitted that are stumbling on relatively minor issues. You know, they've gone to the county council, they'd have been able to highlight early on that there are issues with their delivery of mitigation and how they'd had to go through the hierarchy. Unfortunately, that wasn't done. An application was submitted with information that was, we've consulted it, we've assessed it as is. In relation to the point about relatively late interaction and limited engagement, there is no requirement for a council to engage during the planning application process. The system, to a certain extent, is set up to be submitted, consulted, reviewed, determined. We do try to do that, but obviously the opportunity to do that is limited in relation to time, consultation responses, etc. But I think in relation to the matter of county council in relation to the flooding, I think it's 3 weeks in we received their consultation response, and that would have been available on the website pretty soon after that. So I think in the round, when you think that the applicant hasn't entered into any pre-application service, the fact that we've been willing to even meet the applicant on site to discuss issues, I would say, means that we've provided a pretty good level of customer service for this application,
I think so,
rather than the criticism that was implied. Thank you, Chairman.
So on the basis of that, anybody got any questions, members got any questions, clarifications, officers on that response? Councillor Benny, thank you.
I mean, we've heard this afternoon that there is a drainage scheme that's been submitted that you haven't had the opportunity to look at, use what opportunity. I mean, if we could agree on the other reasons of design and overlooking, could we condition that so that would be something that you could deal with after?
Thank you, Chairman. There are 6 tests, as I'm sure you'll know, for imposing a condition, and we have to meet all of them. One of the issues we have in relation to this matter is just a lack of clarity, and we have to be confident that a condition that we impose can legally be details can be submitted and it can be discharged. We don't have to be cast iron because we never can be, but we have to be reasonably confident. And the whole issue on this site is a lack of knowledge, a lack of knowing. So my advice would be no, a condition would not meet the test in this instance for that reason. Just the sheer level of unknown in this instance. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm going to bring Councillor French and then we're going to move on. Thank you.
Are we questions or are we going into debate? Are we in questions or are we in debate? Debate.
Councillor Marks.
Sorry, Matt, just so I'm clear in my own mind, what you're saying is because you believe there's a lack of information regarding the drainage, although there is already another plan in place, we don't know what it is, but at the minute you have that, you are saying we can't, you are unhappy that we passed this. Sorry.
I think maybe Gavin can provide a bit of detail, but at a high level point, I think it's two strategies that have been brought forward that have failed. You know, we've got to go through another system. So there's a clear lack of confidence that there is going to be a strategy that comes forward, because you'd normally have some level of submission that gives you some level of confidence, but we haven't even got that at this stage.
But if we condition this, that without, we can't condition it, that without.
The point is, we're not confident that the condition would meet the test, so it would not be within our, should not be within our gift legally to do that.
We can't condition it. That's the top and bottom of it, Councillor Marks. Right. No one's got any more questions for officers. Let's go in debate. Goodness, who's going to kick off the debate? And it's Councillor French.
Thank you.
I'm mindful of time now. Thank you.
I'm going to disagree with some of you. I think this is a bad application. The thought of even considering putting surface water into angler's water is absolutely appalling. That's why we're flooding everywhere and raw sewage is coming up all over across the town. And I'm sure that happens in Chartres as well as March. This application, officers have got it right. Let's refuse it.
Yeah, I'm going to come in there. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree entirely. This is not what we want to hear on this planning committee. I agree with Councillor French. Councillor Benny?
Yeah. I mean, I personally don't have a problem with the design. I mean, we passed at planning two houses in the top of Eastwood that I drive past every day that have got just as bland a wall as this one is. And there's examples down Juniper Drive which are equally as bland and equally as close. So if we're going to turn it down, then I would not want to turn it down on the design aspect of it, because I think that is overcomable. I think Councillor Marks has already suggested things we could do with that. But on the drainage side, that has got to be right, and we haven't got a drainage scheme in front of us that it is right for this.
Absolutely not. Sorry? Councillor Marks?
I agree with Councillor French. At the minute, it's a poor design. I know we're not here, you know, we are here to give planning but I still wonder, we can get round, or we can certainly make better the design, which is what it's failed on. We come back to all the time the drainage. Now, I personally wonder if we'd be better to defer this for 31 days and then let the agent bring it back. That would be my view on this. But, you know, that's, everybody's shaking their head, so I'll keep quiet.
I'm gonna bring Matt in now. Thanks.
Sorry, members, just for a point of clarity, obviously we've talked about potential to have a different design. Obviously, the application in front of us doesn't have a different design.
No.
So that, you know, Councillor Benny's point in relation to don't have a design, if this happens, that isn't what we've got. So my advice to members would be that we would refuse it on this. And
yeah, I think.
Move officers' recommendations.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. So we've got to go with officers' recommendation to refuse this application by Councillor French has proposed it. I'm going to second it. Can I have a show of hands on that, please? 3, 4, 5. Those against? So the application has been refused in its entirety. Thanks. So we'll move on quickly. Now hand over to David Rowan, Development Manager here at Fenland, to present application FYR 24-4710, item agenda, item number 7. So David, when you're ready, please.
Thank you through you, Chairman. So this is an outline application to erect up to 9 dwellings with Matters Committee in respect of access land south of 59 Pease Hill Road in March. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It forms a paddock area immediately to the east of the A141, effectively on the opposite side of the road to the marina, with the footpath of West End and the dwellings which back onto this to the east of the site. Just sort of south of the site is the River Nene, and the site is within flood zone 3. All matters are reserved for future consideration except access, which is a committed matter, and this is shown as being taken from Pease Hill Road in the northeastern corner of the site, with a roadway then being shown running north to south, effectively parallel with the A141, with the dwellings then shown to the east of this. While these details are largely illustrative, the site is fairly constrained in its nature, as you can see, and as a result, the illustrative layout is probably realistically how the quantum of development proposed would be accommodated on site. Moving on to photos of the site. So photo number 1 shows number 60 Pease Hill Road on the left of the image, with the access proposed beyond this. So the application site is kind of behind that house and to the left hand side. Number 2 shows a view of the application site from Pease Hill Road, facing south from near the sort of proposed access point, and sort of number 60, the property in photo number 1, is kind of just on that left hand side. Photo 3 is a view of the application site from Pease Hill Road facing southwest. Photo 4 is the verge of the A141 facing south, with the application site to the left hand side of the image. Photo 5 is a wider view from the A141 facing south. You can see the red arrow indicates where the site would be, and sort of illustrates the kind of green corridor either side of the A141, which the application site forms part of. And then the final photo, photo 6 in the bottom right hand corner, is facing northwest from the West End footpath across the application site, with the bungalows on West End sort of set behind the photographer. So in summary, the development of this site is considered to adversely impact the open character of the area and to form an unduly prominent feature within this. There is a lack of evidence in relation to the noise impacts arising from the traffic on the A141 and the impact which these would have on the amenity of future residents, or indeed the implications of any necessary mitigation measures on the site physically. As indicated earlier, the site is within flood zone 3 and the application is not accompanied by a sequential test or any indication how the exception test would be passed, and as such is clearly deficient in this regard. The application is therefore contrary to both national and local policy, and as such the officer recommendation is to refuse outline planning permission as set out within the officer report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, David. We have 2 speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Sean Lee, he's an objector, to make his presentation to the committee. When you're ready, you've got 5 minutes.
As we already know, a high level of 82.3% of responses received oppose the application. This proposal outlines the development. Sorry, just went on there. The proposal outlines the development to erect a number of 4-bed double-storey detached properties, which will apparently mirror the adjacent properties. Primarily, the adjacent properties are 2-bed, semi-detached, single-storey homes. The application references missing information and highlights that the photograph is
of the proposed access road that is of Knights End Road and not Peas Hill Road. Whilst it is agreed that the local plan 2014 policy LP9 outlines both strategic allocations and broad locations for growth, it can very loosely indicate that any development east of the bypass is acceptable. However, digesting the specific details and key diagram, the area of the, east of the bypass and north of Gore Road towards Wisbeach Road is not included in this. Subsequently, the policies map defines the settlement boundary as highlighted in red. The emerging local plan, policy LP1 Part B, states that the settlement boundary is identified on the policies map, and this clearly shows that the proposed development is in an area that is outside of this boundary and is therefore defined as a countryside development. The proposed development therefore should not be permitted, as neither policies LP12 nor LP18 apply. The impact of noise pollution, given the proximity to the bypass, cannot be underestimated. The proposed location is well below road level, and no substantial fence or natural soundproofing could logically be applied. The obvious effect of noise funneling and the increase in noise levels for the adjacent properties cannot be ignored. As outlined in the Environmental Agency, by the Environmental Agency, the area is within flood zone 3, and as a result, at a high risk of flooding. The northern edge of the site is where the access road is proposed and has regular occurrences of stagnant water and flooding. The western edge has a shallow dike that acts as a natural drain for the bypass. Any development on this site will create a concentration of rainwater from the rooftops, and as such, existing issues could worsen. The area has existing sewerage constraints. There are nearby septic tanks in use and limited options for main sewerage. Just over a year ago, the government waste management guidelines were updated, and for all new discharges, if it is deemed not reasonable to connect to a public sewer, then the installation of a sewage treatment system would be needed, which in turn disperses water and liquid into or onto the surrounding area, and this risks additional saturation. The access roads are very narrow and raise concerns for safety, not only for the local children when playing nearby, but it also restricts options for emergency vehicles, and any new development would exaggerate the current issues. There are concerns regarding layout in terms of proximity and projected elevation. The development would most likely impact privacy, raise noise levels, cause pollution of light, and raise concerns for health, safety, and well-being for local residents. Any potential development in the area would cause harm to the rural appearance of the market town. If allowed to proceed, then this would set a precedence for future developments and further encroach on the countryside. So to summarise, where does this application show a disregard for your and our local policies? The following table highlights the breach, the policy, previously refused local applications under the same infringements, and they cover the location, noise, flood and environmental risks, access and layout concerns, and lastly, the impact on the character of our town. Thank you for your time and patience. On behalf of the local residents and myself, Sean Lee, does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Lee, if you've got any? I'll talk Councillor Gerstner first and Councillor Marks.
Good afternoon, thank you for the presentation. Where did you get the noise survey figures from, please?
So that, Councillor, was from a previous application that is referenced in the application to the east of the bypass.
Do you know when that was carried out, please?
Sorry, it was to the west of the bypass, and that was 2021. So there's no doubt with the increase in traffic, that's obviously gotten worse.
Thank you.
Councillor Marks.
Can I just ask, whereabouts do you back onto this site? Is this a property that you know or you own?
So I currently live on West End, directly opposite where the proposed development is likely to be.
Right, any more questions at all? Councillor Mifferton, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I know you didn't mention this in your presentation, Mr. Lee, but do you have any concerns about access to this property at all? This development site? Do you have any issues with the access to it?
Yes, as I've stated, obviously there are constraints currently within Peace Hill, and emergency vehicles have at times had to push vehicles out of the way to gain access to a local substation when there was a fire recently. And obviously because of those constraints and the highway route that's been outlined, there is all concerns for access to that site.
Can I have one more question, please? Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, just one more. I don't know if you can answer this question, but when I visited the site yesterday, there were caravans on site. Like, do you know if that site is being currently used for any purposes at all?
So as I understand, the caravan is used for storage for equipment for the horses that currently occupy that land. That land originally was designated as agricultural land, but has been rented out by the owner as agricultural land.
Okay, any more questions at all? No, thank you very much. Questions to officers, members, please? Sorry? Oh, sorry, we've got another speaker, haven't we? Goodness me, sorry about that. Now I'd like to invite Shana Jackson, she's the agent, to make her presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Sorry for that, Mrs. Jackson. I was jumping the gun a bit. Mindful of time. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak and support this application. As you've just heard, the application seeks outline planning permission for up to 9 dwellings, and at this stage we're only looking at matters of access. The application site is within the built-up framework of March, and the committee report confirms that the principle of the development is acceptable under policies of the local plan. However, the application has been recommended for refusal. The reasons for refusal include concerns with the visual impact of the development, the potential for noise caused by the A141, and a failure to meet the sequential test. Taking each issue in turn, I would respond as follows. With regards to the visual impact, the site is within the built-up framework of March. It has been acknowledged that the principle of development is acceptable, and therefore visual impact is inevitable. The development will be set against the backdrop of the built-up settlement of the town. When viewed from the public realm and along the A141, the development will be seen within the context of the remainder of the town. Therefore, I think it's unreasonable to say that the proposal would appear harmful. In any event, there would be an internal roadway. In any event, the indicative layout shows that the existing vegetation on the road boundary will remain, and that there will be an internal roadway between the vegetation and the proposed dwellings. This would retain the feeling of openness and the green buffer which the committee report discusses. I would also highlight that this is an outline application, and therefore the scale and the design of the dwellings can be dealt with later. If the local planning authority has specific design aspirations for the dwellings, which will promote the character and quality of the area, we'd be happy to take those on board during the design process. The second reason for refusal relates to the potential for noise caused by the A141, which is considered to cause harm to future residential amenities. Whilst these comments have been noted, I'd highlight to you that Fenland's own environmental protection team has raised no objection to the proposal. When your own technical experts do not consider there to be a harmful issue or an issue harmful enough to object, I fail to see how this reason for refusal can be upheld. The situation is no different to a recently approved development on the other side of the road in terms of noise impact, and environmental protection have acknowledged this and raised no objections accordingly. We would of course take on board their comments and include the mitigation measures as part of any condition or subsequent reserve matters application. The third reason for refusal relates to the sequential test, which is an issue this committee has discussed at length over the years. The site is within flood zone 3, and officers highlight that there is other land in March which is at lower risk of flooding. However, this site is available and deliverable now. There are significant benefits to the scheme, which include providing housing within a primary market town, which can be delivered in the short term. This would comply with the government's agenda of build, build, build. With this in mind, and given that the Environment Agency has raised no objection to the proposal, I would argue that the benefits gained from the development would outweigh the sequential test concerns. The proposal represents an excellent opportunity to provide new housing within a primary market town, which can be delivered in the short term. There are no technical objections to the proposal, including highways. The visual impact is somewhat subjective. I therefore respectfully request that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications, please. Councillor French.
I've got dozens of questions, but not for you. You did mention the other side of the road. Which development are you talking about?
It's in the committee report. I think it was the outline in 2020 and the reserve matters in 2021.
What was it for?
Residential development. I haven't got the notes to hand. It's in the committee report.
I think Councillor Marks might have the answer. If not, I have.
I think that was the carpenter's garage that's on the side of the road. And if you go a bit further along, you then come to an acoustic fence, which is quite high, to the roundabout virtually.
Thank you. I did think that, but I just wanted to know. But it certainly was not for 9 dwellings.
Absolutely correct. Councillor Marks.
On the noise, which Councillor French has already picked up on, as you say, with the 9 dwellings, the dwellings across the road are actually quite a distance away from that fencing. These will be a lot closer. So, and you've also got vehicles then speeding up and braking going into the roundabout. Have you put any noise mitigation in there at all?
At the moment, with this being outlined, we haven't put the details in. Our position is that the council's technical experts are telling us that there is no issue and they're not going to object. They're recommending mitigation measures as part of the condition, which we'll happily accept. So as it currently stands, it will be secured later on, and we'll happily do that.
Okay.
Carry on. Yeah.
Sorry, can we just come back regarding also flooding on the site? We're hearing you say that there are, you believe flood zone 3. We've all sat in this committee for long enough hearing about flood zone 3. Should we not build in flood zone 3? Are you not concerned with that site for flooding, bearing in mind the field across the road floods on occasions?
Again, I have to take a lead from the technical experts. The Environment Agency are telling us there's no issue. They're not objecting. So I'd have to take a lead from them. I have no reason to do otherwise.
They're also producing a map that says flood zone 3.
But that's an academic process which directs new development to certain areas. But what they're looking at is the technical detail in this case, and they're saying that they're not objecting.
Okay. Any more questions at all? No? Thank you very much. No? Thank you very much. You can. I'm going to bring you in now. Okay. Officers. Then questions to officers.
Thank you, Chairman. Just obviously there's a few points I could raise, but the important one, as always, as members know, they've read the consultation responses. The Environment Agency do not object ever on the lack of a sequential test. That is the responsibility of the local planning authority. To say that the Environment Agency have not objected, therefore there's no issue in flooding, is false. Please, just for clarity. The rest of it, happy to debate. Just as always, you'll get bored of hearing me saying the same things every month, but it's just to make sure that anyone watching, anyone ever discussing this application knows that we're all doing it correctly. Thank you, Chair.
So, members, any questions to officers? Sorry, David.
Through you, Chairman, if I can provide a further clarification to the one that Mr. Lee's just provided in terms of the comments from the Council's own environmental health team, sort of contrary to what the agent has said, and I'll quote directly, a robust noise impact assessment should be undertaken by a suitably qualified acoustic consultant to establish what extent passing vehicle noise is likely to have at the proposed site and what mitigation measures will therefore be necessary to protect both external and internal amenity areas. So environmental health are not sort of giving a free pass, shall we say, on the issue of noise. They are saying that there is potentially an issue that would need to be addressed, and the issue that we would have in terms of dealing with that through a condition, a little bit like the previous case, is that without that noise survey being undertaken, we don't know whether it can actually be satisfactorily addressed or not.
Sure, Councillor French has got a question for you. Please ask.
No, not a question. I'll wait to debate.
You're going to wait to the debate. Anybody else got any questions for officers at all? I'm going to close that then. We're going to go into debate. So, Councillor French, would you like to kick off the debate then?
Thank you. I know this site exceptionally well. It used to be in my ward until they changed the boundaries. So many years I have been the councillor. I think this application is absolutely ludicrous. It's in flood zone 3. The noise in the bypass would be absolutely horrendous. I live round the corner from it at Westway. I know the amount of traffic that goes down there. And under the MAT scheme, we are going to upgrade Peace Hill roundabout very shortly. And there will be, like the town, there's going to be a great... it wasn't in the neighbourhood plan, which we did in 2017. We've never had any development on that side of the road, and I don't think we ever should. West End is what the West End people live, which I believe is the jewel of March, that used to be. And certainly to build houses on that side, totally blight. I mean, some of these houses were built in 1600 and something. The officers have got this absolutely right. Absolutely crazy application.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Councillor French. But we are where we are. Anybody else want to enter the debate? Councillor Marks?
I have to say, I fully back up what Councillor French has just said. I'm amazed it's even in front of us, to be fair. The land's wet. There is environmental issues with vehicles coming in and out of the roundabout with noise. I dare say pollution with vehicles speeding up, slowing down. I really don't understand why this application is in front of us. The access isn't great. We've got flooding issues. Quite honestly, can we just move on, please?
We certainly will. Anybody else want to add to the debate? I can't see anybody. I'm closing that now. Any officers, any updates or anything else you want to say quickly?
The chair, I was going to say is obviously the scheme delegation requires it to be here. If any members would like to discuss with, empowering officers with more delegated, I'm happy to discuss that. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, we are where we are at the moment. So I'm looking for a proposal now.
Yeah, I'm happy to propose that, but I think Head of Planning is pushing his luck.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Go with officers' recommendations.
Have we got a seconder? No, I didn't say I was. I'll take you then. You're Councillor Marks. You've got. So we've got a proposal. Go with officer recommendation to refuse this application. Proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Marks. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
That's unanimous.
Yeah, that application has been refused. Thank you. Without further ado, I'll hand over to David Rowan once again to present application F/YR 240304F, agenda item number 8. So David, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full application for the change of use of land to Gypsy Travellers plot involving the siting of 2 residential mobile homes, 2 touring caravans, formation of hard standing, infilling of ditch to create the vehicular access, erection of 1.8 metre high fencing and a gate with 2.15 metre high brick piers. It's a retrospective application, land east of Fernhouse, Birds Drove, Gorefield. Initially just draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated in respect to this item. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan aerial photo. It sits to the south of Birds Drove and is located within the open countryside outside the settlement of Gorefield and was previously part of an agricultural field. The site is located in flood zone 3. The application is retrospective, seeks permission to retain the use of the land for 2 Gypsy Traveller plots effectively, each of which would have 1 static caravan and 1 touring caravan as shown on the proposed site plan. Permission is also sought for the creation of the access, which is the dark triangle area in front of the site. This involves culverting the ditch to the front of the site and for sort of a gated entrance feature and 1.8 metre high fencing along the frontage as well. Sort of details of the proposed structures, shall we say, here. So we've got the mobile homes sort of shown at the top. and then we've got the fence at the very bottom, and then the sort of gated entrance feature, the image just above that. Moving on to some photos of the site. So the top left image here is a view from Birds Drove looking east. The top right image is a view of the site, sort of access from seen from Birds Drove. The bottom left is an internal view of the site, so looking east, and then bottom right is an internal view of the site looking west. So hopefully that gives you a fairly good flavour of the site and its surroundings as well. Certainly in terms of the upper left image, it sort of shows how the site is within the open countryside. So in summary, whilst the site is located in the open countryside, it is recognised that in the district there is currently not a 5-year supply of gypsy and traveller pitches, and that weight needs to be given to this in terms of the principle of development. Also, the National Planning Policy for Traveller statement does recognise that traveller sites are acceptable in the countryside as well. It is not considered that this particular site has a significantly adverse impact on the character of the area. It is fairly well screened in its surroundings. It's not overly prominent within sort of a wider view of the site or wider views across the countryside either. And whilst the site is in Flood Zone 3, the Environment Agency have confirmed that the site is not within an area at risk of being affected by a breach of flood defences when viewing their more detailed hazard maps, and that the flood protection measures identified in the submitted flood risk assessment are considered to be acceptable. As such, the development is considered to accord with the relevant policies, and consequently it is recommended to grant planning permission as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Alexandra Patrick. She's, of course, the agent to make her presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're here to express our support for this application and to go with the officer's recommendation for approval. The development offers much needed traveller accommodation, which we feel would positively contribute to the needs of the council. Furthermore, the proposal's design and scale is appropriate for a small self-build development. The applicant resides already on site. Obviously, this is a retrospective application. They are a small family unit. They've got a baby on the way. On a personal note, in conclusion, we support the planning officer's decision to approve this application and encourage members to endorse a well-considered proposal. I'd just like to make a note that Mill Road, the opposite, sort of to the east of the site, that was a very similar application to this, and it came to committee and you also approved it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's very short and sweet. Members, questions to Mrs. Patrick? Councillor Gerson, then Councillor Mifflin, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It says in our paperwork retrospective. However, it says the scheme has been carried out in its entirety already. Is that correct?
They are already residing on site and the access has already been widened.
Thank you.
Councillor Mifflin, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Just want to ask a quick question. How long have the occupants been on site, and do they own the property? That's my first question.
They own the property, and for the exact date of how long they've been there, I ask you to speak to the applicant with that one.
Sorry, can you answer the question?
Yes, it was about the middle of February.
Thank you. And also, why didn't you put the application in then? Why is it done retrospectively?
They have been in the area for a long time with their family. Over time, obviously, there's an expansion in the family and they had to move and reside to the nearest piece of land that was available to them.
Just to remind members, just quickly, we have to give the same weight to a retrospective planning application as we do to one that's before us.
Thank you, Chair. I do understand that. I was just asking for the...
Okay, yeah, absolutely correct to ask, but that's the same. We can't give any weight because they've done it or not done it or whatever. We just have to give it the same amount of weight.
Thank you. On the positive side, I visited the site yesterday and I have to say it was very well kept. It was very tidy and I was impressed by what I saw. Thank you.
Any more questions for Mrs. Patrick? No, thank you very much. Thank you. Nothing from officers? We're going to debate it then. Oh, you've got a question, officers. You didn't put your finger up quickly, did you?
Officers, when are we going to get our gypsy policy? I've been asking for a year, 2 years. Where is our policy document?
Get on a policy.
Through you, Chairman, I was asked about this before committee, but it wasn't that long before committee, and the person needing an update wasn't available, but I can get something out to members next couple of days confirming that. It's just, yeah, unfortunately, wasn't able to get that information.
It was me who asked. It was me who asked.
Yeah, thanks for that. We have been asking for years.
Yeah, Gareth Martin, I think, is in charge of that, I think, as far as Fenland's concerned. Moving on with that. Sorry?
David Bailey's there.
No, that's Gareth Martin, I think. That's who I always speak to. But we are where we are. Any more questions for officers before we move into debate? No, we're into debate then. Who want to kick this off? You want to kick it off, Councillor Miffordin?
Thank you, Chair. I think we had a similar application to this a while ago, where we had a young family who were on a site that didn't have planning, and initially we deferred it, they came back, and in the end, we approved it because one of the reasons was we didn't want to make a young family homeless. I think it was a very similar situation. I remember the couple turned up, and the lady was pregnant. Yeah. So I think I'll be supporting this application. I think the officers got it right. So, yeah, that's my contribution.
Absolutely fine.
Thank you.
We did do Councillor Frenchy. Did you want to come in there?
Excuse me, Mike. You're the worst. You're the worst today. Yeah, I totally agree. I fully support this. But being pregnant isn't material consideration.
Personal touch.
Anyone else at all? We're still in debate, remind everybody. No, that's it then. Anything to clear up officers at all? No, so I'm looking for a proposal. Councillor French. What?
Move the officer's recommendations.
Okay. Okay, Councillor French. Councillor Miffordin, you want to second it, I'm sure?
Yes, Chair. I'll do
So
that.
we've got a proposal to go with officer recommendation to approve this application, proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Miffordin. Can I have a show of hands on all that, please? Thank you very much. That application's been... Further ado, I'll hand over to David again to present application FYR 240590. It's a PIP application this time, planning in principle, agenda item number 9. So, David, when you're ready again, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So, yes, this is an application for permission in principle for up to 7 dwellings, land southwest of Woodbury, Maney Road at Wimbledon. Just to clarify that it is for 7 dwellings. There are some references in the report erroneously to 5 dwellings, so it is 7. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It sits at the junction of the A141, which sort of runs to the immediate west of the site, and Maney Road, which it runs to the north of the site, lying sort of to the east of the settlement of Wimbledon, as is apparent on the aerial photo. I think the aerial photo in particular shows sort of how separate the site is from any sort of built form of residential development, largely surrounded by more commercial activity. The site is currently used as a dog grooming and kennelling business, so there are numerous low-level structures on site associated with this, as can be seen from the existing site plan. These are shown in the sort of the darker grey colour. There is also a dwelling which sits at the front of the site, shown in the sort of lighter grey as well. And as you can see, there's the various commercial units adjacent. Whilst not a requirement of a PIP application, an illustrative layout plan has been submitted showing how 7 dwellings could be developed to the rear of the site and to the rear of the existing dwelling, with a sort of an access running down the side of this and then sort of running back into the site there, parallel with the A141. Again, photos on the screen show the current nature of the site, so the sort of the gated access to the kennels, sort of to the back of the site, views along the A141, along the sort of frontage of the site frontage itself, and then the actual access into the site to be retained. So in summary, as this is a PIP application, only location, use and amount of development can be considered. The site is considered to be separated from the main built form of the settlement and is therefore an elsewhere location where residential development should be resisted in terms of broad principle under the local plan, and as such the application is recommended for refusal as set out within the officer report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you once again, David. We have one representation and one speaker on this application. First, I'd like to ask Member Services, that's Elaine in this case, to read out the written representation from Wimbledon Parish Council. So over to you, Elaine. Thank you.
Wimbledon Parish Council are in agreement with the Planning Officer's recommendation of refusal. As per Parish Council's previous comments, which are still relevant, the high-quality residential environmental design, LP16, as raised in the design guidance and codes adopted by the parish, would be compromised in the busy location of the proposed site. Although Highways Authority now consider their concerns to have been adequately addressed, the local community and parish's concerns regarding the congestion around the location of the site have not been adequately addressed. The change of use to seven residential dwellings is not within the village settlement area, LP3, LP4 and LP12, shown in the developing draft neighbourhood plan. Also, it is not meeting local housing needs, LP5, LP13, reference the housing needs assessment adopted by the parish in the growth of Wimbledon Village. The support representation raises points but fails to address the fact that the location will cause additional amounts of traffic at the junction area. The present site access is only used intermittently by customers and present residents. Wimbledon Village has superseded the build expectation for a growth village. Large developments have taken the residential growth over the predicted growth. Access to the village from the proposed site involves crossing the busy Maney Road and then A141.
Thank you, Elaine. Obviously, hopefully members will take into consideration what Wimbledon Parish Council have said, but we'll move on. Now I'd like to invite Matthew Hall, of course he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes, Mr. Hall, when you feel fit and able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. In our opinion, this site is not in the open countryside and is part of the built-up, established form of Wimbledon. It's not an agricultural field, it's not paddock land, it's not even undeveloped land. At present, a large part of the site is occupied by a dog grooming and kennel business, and that's been in existence for about 6-7 years. The business hours are Monday to Saturday 6 AM till 7 PM for the kennels and 8:30 till 5:30 PM for the grooming business. And the site has a licence for up to 45 dogs. The applicant has advised me that vehicles entering this site vary depending on time of year. However, in the summer months, this can be up to 50 cars a day between the grooming and kennel businesses. People obviously drop off their dogs. There are also work vans on the applicant's site for his job, which is groundworks and civil engineering. The proposal for up to 7 properties, it can be less, is likely to see a decrease in the amount of vehicles entering and exiting this site, and Highways have not objected. The site is all located in flood zone 1, and there have been no concerns that have been raised within the report in this regard. There's been various discussions between our office and Cambridgeshire County Council Highways who've helped us no end, in my opinion. They really have. Amendments have been made. We've shown a private 6 metre wide surface to enter and exit the site, and we've shown that the bin lorry can enter and exit this site. And I know it's indicative, but it does give members an idea that we can address that, and Highways are not objecting. Under 9.6 of this report, it states that 7 dwellings could comfortably be accommodated on site and that would not be considered overdevelopment. That's what the report says. Could we have the Google map on the screen, please, David? Thank you. So, I'll turn around. You can see on the map, in my opinion, this is part of the built-up form of Wimbledon. I was born further down this road, so I've travelled along this road quite a lot of times. The site is surrounded by buildings. The site, when I've been there, is covered by buildings and stone for the actual roadways. Directly opposite here, there's a residential dwelling. It's well screened by the trees. All to the west, which are all within the highway verge and would have to stay. And on this map, as the applicant reminded me even this morning, his grandchildren walk across here to go to school, Thomas Eaton, where I also went every day. And this site is to the east of the A141, just like all Eastwood End is. All of that area is east of the A141. There's no traffic lights there to cross into Wimbledon, where here, you go across here where there are traffic lights. You're directly next to the church. You can see on here there's the church, there's the school, post office, and in the sort of top left-hand corner is obviously where the actual village hall is. And as I said earlier, the site's all in flood zone 1. There's no technical objections from any of the consultees in the report. It's not in open Fenland, does not create a loss of agricultural land, it's not paddock land in our opinion, it's already partly developed with the buildings over the site. In our opinion, there'd be less vehicle movements than what there is at the moment, and in the report under 9.6 it states it would not be overdevelopment for up to 7 dwellings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Any questions for Mr. Hall regarding this application? Councillor Marks. Well, I'm just going to remind everybody else, we have still got Mr. Nigel Egger here from CCT Highways. He'll try and put some light on whatever questions that you at the committee want to give. So, Councillor Marks, I'm sure you've got a few.
I think we'll come to highways in a minute. I'd just like to ask Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, you make the comment it's not paddock land. I'm a little confused. My daughter used to keep a horse there, and there's a menage and there is a field. But you're telling me it's not paddock land.
So in the site, there's various buildings. There's a caravan, and towards the back there is a menage. But the rest of this green area here, which he doesn't own, there's no actual paddock land there. There is a menage, but there's no green area when I've been there. That's what I was referring to.
So, and the field behind it runs on to Lord Ramsay's.
Yeah, that's separate.
To the side of it, you have then got industrial buildings, and across the road, apart from the one house on the corner, you actually then have the Knowles's distribution, or the Knowles's grain store as well, which has had access problems previously regarding planning as well. So we've got a potato store, which is Lord Ramsay's, or Lavenham Farms. So that there is no other houses within that area, but you're still saying that's the built-up form of Wimbledon.
So do I consider it the built-up form of Wimbledon, including these industrial buildings and very small residential buildings that are on that map, even the top right-hand corner? I would consider it is, yes.
Sorry, when you said the small at the right-hand top, do you mean after the Knowles's transport yard?
There's Frogs Abbey Lane.
Then you've got a couple of mobile homes and a field. Then you've got a paddock, and then you go to almost to the junction, and then you've got some houses where you turn down to the hook.
No. So as you turn in here, just past Knowles's house, just shed on the left hand side.
Are you saying going towards Maney?
Just past Knowles's going towards Maney.
So you've got three properties that stand there.
Three properties there
that stand down.
Lane.
Yeah.
Then there's another cottage just past this potato store here. Then you go out to Maney. Yes.
They're a good 400 or 500 metres away. So they're not
sporadic.
They're not butting up to that.
Yes, sporadic. Yes.
Thank you.
More questions for Mr. Hall at all? Councillor Gerstner, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It says in our report that you haven't demonstrated how refuge is going to be taken away.
This was highlighted as an informative comment by Cambridgeshire County Council Highways. We amended our drawing to show, and there's a bin lorry on our indicative drawing, and I believe that has been addressed 100%. A bin lorry can enter and exit this site. We've done an indicative drawing to show that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more? Nothing for Mr. Hall. Thank you very much. So we've got questions for officers, and obviously that includes Mr. Edgar, Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I'll start with Mr. Edgar. Mr. Edgar, could you confirm, obviously Mr. Hall has given a dimension of the dust carts. Is it a standard 26-ton dust cart that's going to manage to turn in there and turn round and back onto the highway?
I haven't seen this application before. I know the site, and I'm just looking, while you've been discussing, I've been looking at the planning application dealt with by Shane Luck, my previous principal engineer and now manager, and Jeff Elwood more recently. It does show a standard refuse freighter, as far as I can see, coming through the site and turning around in the turning head at the bottom. It doesn't show it turning off the main road or the tracking for that. But then again, they have got a 6 metre, coming off something like a 6-7 metre wide carriageway into a 6 metre wide access. You should be able to do it geometrically. You should. That will occur with, and that vehicle dominate the access. So it means no other vehicles will be able to pass while that vehicle's coming in. But it should only be once a week, and that's not abnormal for any residential estate or something like that. But I have to say, I'm only looking at what I have in front of me.
Thank you. I like the word should, knowing the junction itself as well for vehicles.
Oh, sorry.
For vehicles going out. Can we come on now? Highways have made no issue regarding access there. Now I have to say I travel this every day to go to work, and I come home that way at night. I also have been an HGV driver as well, so I know when you come around the corner there and somebody's turning into those two gateways, which is Woodbury, where my daughter kept her horses, so I know pulling out and into that road is at times with traffic blocked and lorries turning into Knowles's as well, or the potato store, it's a real bottleneck. But, you know, you are saying, has that been just a desktop survey?
I honestly don't know, because I didn't deal with the planning application, so I'm just here sort of out of courtesy, and I happen to be here and I know the site. I would say that they are closing off the access that's closest to the signals. It does have an existing use that generates X number of vehicle movement today. I can't personally corroborate what that may or may not be. But we are looking at, again, a development that may generate around 40-odd vehicle movements a day for the residential. One vehicle every 10 minutes going in and out of the site. It comes down again to the item, and if the more I sit here, the more you hear me say this, the qualification in the MPPF para 115 of whether or not the harm is unacceptable in safety terms. And that's a really high bar again, when you've got a reasonable access width, you've got an existing use on the site that's being removed and replaced by residential development, and whether or not you could then stand in front of an inspector and justify that objection to them at an appeal. And it's apparent to me that my colleagues determined that they could not do that.
So with respect, having come round that corner off the Wimbledon Road with a trailer, and 9 times out of 10, it's people who are trying to turn either march direction left or right are parked right across. So with a trailer, well, 13.6 trailer, you have to actually mount the curb, and when you stop, you then block up the 141, because if somebody's turning right into that, and we get back up, so surely that should be a safety issue that should have been taken into consideration.
And I suspect it was. I can't answer for that, as I mentioned, I'm afraid, everybody. But I would again reiterate that they are closing the access closest to. They will move it if there's a problem with.
Sorry, they run it as an in and out. The furthest access is in, the closest to the traffic lights are out.
Sorry, the proposal is to close the closest one and have it and the access relocated to the north.
Which is the one that causes the problem.
The one furthest away.
The one furthest away, because they use that as the in as it is at present,
right? And
people then swing round and swing to the other one that's the out.
Okay, but that's not being perpetuated in this proposal. What we can do is consider keep clear markings across that, which would help anybody go in. But yeah,
there are clear ones further along the road for the potato store already. They're unreadable, and that's just causes more problems as well for the whole length of that.
Okay, would you like to go on, or have you finished? You'll need a cup of tea after this, won't you? Okay, so, Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for Mr. Igden. Is there any accident data for any accidents that have actually happened at that junction? Because a near miss is not an accident. We could pull near misses on nearly every single junction that is in Fenland. So is there any accident data for there?
I can very rapidly find out for you. Thank you. If you're talking about yourself.
I have to say, we're glad you come. You've earned your corn this afternoon, haven't you?
Yes. Here we are. And I'm on my last 5 years, rather surprisingly, I have to say, there's been no incidents on the A141 traffic signal junction or anywhere near that. The next nearest incident is a slight injury accident on the bend to the east of the potato packing. I say surprisingly only because it's a priority signalised junction on an A classified road, so you would expect a degree of incidents.
Oh, believe me, there have been accidents. That road has been closed on numerous occasions out on the junction itself. To be fair, on the junction further, not so much, but it's cars going up to the back and in the side of each other. So I'm sorry, I think your data are a bit like the Boots Bridge data, may be questionable.
I would add to clarify that Stats 19 data from the police is personal injury accidents only. So that's a really important clarification. It's only slight, serious and fatal accidents are recorded. Anything that ends up in A&E basically is my understanding. But yeah, so there's nothing personally recorded there, but that doesn't mean to say there aren't overshoots, restarts, rear end shunts, things like that, but they're not recorded.
Fair enough, thank you for that information. Would you like to carry on, Councillor Marks?
I think actually Doddington or Wimbledon Parish Council would quite like to know the one you've got listed, because that was the one that took out a lamppost and they've never been able to find the person who actually had the accident, and they'd like to claim their money back, according to Councillor Maureen Davis.
This is generic online data from Crash Map, but yeah.
Did you want to carry on, or you finished? So have we got any more questions to officers? No? No? Okay. Okay, so that's fine. Surprisingly enough.
It's not in my ward. As I say, I travel it every day. I know the property, I know the vicinity. Wimbledon Parish Council have got it 110% right, as have officers. This is the wrong place. I don't believe it's part of Wimbledon. I'm sorry, there are grain stores, it's industrial area. I think we're just going to compound the problems on that junction as well. So I'm sorry, I think I will be voting for officers, you know, for a refusal for this. I think it's overdevelopment as well. I think somebody's just got greedy.
Okay, Councillor Marks. Any Councillor Benny? I suppose with the counter argument, no doubt.
Indeed, indeed. As we've heard from our highways colleague here, no accidents. Potential accidents at every single junction could be, but there are none. We've got no objection from County Council Highways on the access. And when you look at it, the only reason for turning this down is LP3 and LP12. Well, LP3 is building in an elsewhere location, but look at the map. The church is the heart of the community. You could throw a stone at that church from here. The fact that it has a road running through one side to the other, you've got developments on both sides of roads wherever you go. So to say it's not, if you went a little bit further to the right, Roger the Eggman, who used to have his eggs house there is residential development there. And looking at it, we had an inspector's report that Eastwood End is part of Wimbledon. And that LP3 application was much further out. That was right on the edge. That was backing up to open fields. So personally, I don't consider this to be an elsewhere location. It is part of Wimbledon. We've had a planning inspector's report that has come back and said that Eastwood End is part of Wimbledon. It's all the accident, a potential accident, you could put that anywhere, and it's a brownfield site. We're supposed to develop brownfield sites out. It's got a business on there. When putting residential units on it, you will reduce the amount of traffic, not increase it. There's two businesses running from there. There's the dog grooming business, kennels and grooming, and also there's some sort of, I don't know, plant, digging, equipment, stuff there. So you've got two businesses generating a lot of traffic, and we're going to put some houses there, which will reduce that and therefore reduce the safety to the road because there will be less traffic. I personally see it the other way. I think this is a good application. There we are. Leave it with the committee. That is the counter argument to Councillor Marks.
I'm going to bring in Councillor Marks in because I'm sure he's something to say.
I hear what Councillor Benny says. It's not often I actually disagree with him, but on this occasion I have to say I disagree. I also take away the traffic issue of the actual junction itself, but we sat here 15-20 minutes ago on one which was a roundabout going into March where we said quality regarding air quality and noise, which we're going to have there because you've got vehicles slowing down, starting up as well, so you've got that to take into consideration. I just think this is a very, very poor application. I think officers have got this right.
I'll just bring in our Head of Planning for some clarity on that one.
Thank you, Chairman. All I just want to obviously highlight is that this is an application for permission in principle. It's different to a planning application. A lot of the points that Councillor Benny's raised, I actually would say, are material considerations for the determination of a planning application. They are not the same things about the consideration of a PIP. I think that'll be easier to do it that way. Yeah, and that's, I just want to just highlight that to members in consideration, that there is a different consideration, a different determination process between these two types of applications.
Yeah, just to sum it up, is that application site fit for putting anything on at all? That is it building? So that's to make it clear. Councillor Marks.
I think to be fair, thank you. I think to be fair, had this been an application for 1/2 properties, I would be comfortable with it. What I'm not comfortable about is 7 properties. I thought about this, as I say, I drive it every day, I stop, I read the planning application when they actually put in for 5, and that wasn't so long ago, and suddenly they changed the application to 7. Well, 5, I might have said, okay, certainly 2/3 I would have supported, but now we're at 7, I'm sorry, it's just too much out of a sight. And I know that Councillor Benny will come back with commercial whatever, but that's my feeling on this.
He's got his hand waving up, Councillor Benny.
Well, my colleague over there has already admitted that it is suitable for residential development, and we are looking at a PIP. So therefore, he's not really done himself any favours there with that one. But I will not argue with him. As I said, I usually get on very well with him. He would accept 3, 4, 5, but he won't accept 7.
He didn't say he'd accept 5. He said he'd accept 2 or 3, to be fair.
But equally, in the officer's report, it says it will accommodate 7 dwellings on it. So the report backs up the fact that 7 actually fits on there.
Can I respond? Councillor Benny, already on site, I don't know if you're aware, there is actually a mobile home already. So that's already, I believe there's actually 2 mobile homes, but I will stand corrected at that. So that would give you your extra 2 anyway. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I know at the end of the day, I still do not believe that should sustain what they are looking to put on that property.
Okay, so we've had tit for tat. I think, Councillor French, can you put some normality back into the proceedings?
I'm going to be in the middle with these two. What's in front of us is 7. I don't believe it's big enough for 7. We're looking at what's in front of us. End of.
That's absolutely correct. Anybody else got any more to add to the debate? Councillor Gerstner.
I'm being led by local councillors here, they know the best. We've got a complete conflict of interest here. So personally, I would go with the officer recommendation at this moment in time. Sorry, thank you.
Yep, so still in debate. Let's see if we can close it now, shall we? Yeah, I ain't got anything else to say. Right, officers, have you got anything else to add?
All I just want to repeat is, as I said earlier, this is a PIP. A lot of what's been debated is material consideration for a plan application, not for the consideration of a PIP. So I just want to echo that before we move on. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so I'm looking for a proposal on this, please. Councillor Marks.
To go with officer's recommendation, surprise, surprise, and refuse his application.
Okay. Have you got a seconder? Councillor French. So we've got Councillor Marks and French. So we've got a proposal on the table to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application, proposed by Councillor Marks, seconded by Councillor French. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Those against? So that application has been refused. Thank you. For the record, shall we just? It's now nearly 5 o'clock. Shall we be back at 5? Shall we be back at 5 past? Yeah. Okay, without further ado, thank you members for being back promptly. I'll now hand over to David Rowan to present application F/YR22/14-16-0, agenda item number 10. So David, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application to erect up to 4 dwellings involving the formation of a new access. Access is a committed matter. Land to the east of 114 Main Road, Parson Drove. Initially, just draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan, and the aerial photo sits to the rear of a development currently being undertaken, fronting onto Main Road, at the corner of Main Road and Silvers Lane in Parson Drove. And the indicative plan is shown here. Only access is a committed matter, as I explained earlier, and this is shown on the left of the image, running back from Main Road. So, members may recall that, as set out within the report, this application was originally brought in front of the committee in August 2023, when it was deferred to seek more information regarding the required visibility display being across third-party land. The application was then reported back to committee in November 2023, when it was clarified that third-party land would be required to provide the visibility display, and it was resolved by the committee to grant planning permission subject to a legal agreement securing that third-party land. So 12 months on, no progress has been made on that legal agreement. The agent has indicated that a condition linked to a traffic regulation order reducing the speed limit to 30 miles an hour, and therefore the necessary visibility display being 2.4 by 70 metres rather than 2.4 by 120 metres, would be an alternative. However, as shown on the plans on screen, this still requires land outside the applicant's control, with no mechanism to secure this to provide the necessary visibility display. As such, there is no mechanism to deliver and safeguard that required visibility display as part of this application. Consequently, again as set out within the report, the officer recommendation is to refuse the application for the original reasons set out. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you once again, David. We have one speaker on this application, and I'd like to invite Shana Jackson. Of course, she's the agent, to make her presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Members will recall this application, which has been before you previously, where it was resolved to grant planning permission subject to a Section 106 agreement. The application is now before you as the agreement has not been finalised. It seems somewhat unfair that the previously proposed reasons for refusal have been carried forward, as we understood that committee was happy with the application in general. Having consulted our own highway engineer, it's transpired that the situation in terms of requiring the appropriate visibility can be achieved if the speed limit for the area is reduced to 30 miles an hour. By reducing the speed limit, we can achieve the required 2.4 by 43 metre visibility displays all within highways in the applicant's land. We felt that as we had an opportunity to reduce the speed limit in the area, we should embrace it, as the proposal would then provide a benefit to the wider community. I'm sure you're aware that reducing the speed limit takes quite a while, but as this is providing such a benefit, I'm also sure you'd agree that it's worth the wait. I've spoken to our highway consultant this afternoon, and he's confirmed that we're in the depths of the legal process, but the signs and the feedback we've received from the pre-consultation is that we have full support from everyone, including Cambridgeshire Constabulary, who are the main stakeholder for this type of proposal. The designs for the work are done, but we need to follow the due legal process. So whilst it's regrettable that the situation has taken so long to be resolved, I can assure you that we're committed to resolving the situation. I'd therefore respectfully request that you allow us to continue to secure these highway improvements, and rather than refusing the application, allow us a further extension of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, questions for Ms Jackson? Councillor French, thank you.
What length of time are you talking about?
So what I've been told by the highway engineer is it'll be between 2 to 4 months, because as you know, with a legal agreement, it has to go through so many different processes.
So my question is to you, we went against officer recommendation and we approved this application subject to displays, and that was going to hopefully going to be achieved by yourselves. So why are you not following our decision? Why are you not doing this, and why is it here? Because obviously if you're not doing what we asked you to do and we gave you permission for it, what's the reason?
So the reason is that when we asked our highway engineer to have a look at it to get the visibility displays drawn up, because there was some ambiguity over the ownership of the land, he advised us that there was an option available to reduce the speed limit, to therefore reduce the visibility displays, and that would have a wider benefit for everybody. So we went down the process of reducing the speed limit to secure those displays.
So just coming back on that then, so the client, or we'll say the client, hasn't done any more negotiations buying the third party land, and is that what you're saying?
The feedback that I'm getting is that they own all the land anyway, but there wasn't any comfort. The local authority didn't have comfort that they did own the land, hence the Section 106. So just as a belt and braces approach, the Section 106 requirement was put in place.
It's a bit confusing to me. I'll just have to sit and think about this before I come back again, because this is not for me. What I was on this committee when we gave this planning permission, and this is not what I envisaged this. So perhaps Councillor Marks can throw a bit of light on it.
I think I'm as confused as you are, but to get this clear, we had we went against officers' recommendation because or as the agent, you believed that you could get the display area. I think at the time, as you said, the likelihood was some of the display area was in third-party ownership. Now all of a sudden, you're now coming back and saying, we own it, but we don't want to use it. We just want to reduce the 30 mile an hour down to 30 mile an hour. Is that? Do I take it that whoever the third-party owner might have been has said, no, I'm not prepared to sell? Or it transpires, that there is somebody else within this?
Playing ball.
So to my knowledge, when we went out to do the surveys to ascertain whose land it was, there seemed to be a simpler solution, which was to reduce the speed limit and therefore reduce displays, which was deemed to be a better situation.
You can, Councillor Marks, and I'll come in then.
I get the impression the woolliness of the answers we're getting is the likelihood is it is owned by a third party who's not prepared to play ball, and this is you're feeling the best of a bad job to get it over the line is suddenly come and say, oh look, we're going to be very good because we can reduce this down to 30, which is not what this committee agreed 12 months ago. Would that be correct?
Honestly, I personally don't know that. The advice that I've been given is to say to you that we've been out, we've had a look, we can provide a betterment, and I'm demonstrating this to you now. I'm offering this to you now.
Sorry, really, we put you in this embarrassing position, really, but it's clear as clear can be, and this is the case. Why would you go and change the speed limit when all you've got to do is get the third party land or your own, or use your own land, whichever the case may be, get displays, prove you've got displays, get on and implement your planning permission. You would not be going down this route if that was the case. I think I've really outlined this, and I'm sorry you've been put through this, because this is absolute nonsense. Thank you. To that, Councillor Benny, what do you want to say?
Well, I just wanted to ask Shana. I mean, if I was doing your job, the first thing I would do was look at the land registry and see who owned the land, so you know what you're dealing with. Did Swan Edwards as a company do that? Because if you knew who owned it, that would answer the question. If you didn't, that doesn't sound good to me either. Do you know if that was done? I'm not putting it on you, it's the company, not you, but do you know if that was done?
So my understanding is, as a process, when we have an application or a scheme which comes before us, we will check the land registry to make sure that everything in the red line is well, we know who all the owners are, and we'd have to do that as part of the planning application for the ownership certificates. I don't know the specific details of this one, but I would imagine that during the course of the application, through various consultation responses, it would transpire that the visibility displays were required. So we might not necessarily have done that work up front, because if we had, we would have had to have provided the ownership certificate. So I think it's something that's come to fruition during the course of the application.
Okay, we'll bring Councillor Senate Clough in, and then we'll go to Councillor Marks.
In Mr. Jackson's defence, the land registry is not always correct. Some land isn't even registered. So that's just the point I wanted to make.
Okay, Councillor Marks.
Can I ask then, when you came and sat in front of us last time, or with this application, were you not clear who owned the land? Because you were saying, I believe from memory, it was said, we can get the display by dealing with the third party. Now all of a sudden, we're hearing, well, we're not sure who it is. Well, it might be somebody else. Oh no, we own it ourselves, but let's go for the 30.
I think, so, let me just,
I think you've answered it.
I'm earning my money today, aren't I?
I honestly think you've answered it without saying anything. So I don't think there's any more questions for you. I think the embarrassment's already there, unfortunately, and we respect you for coming and talking to us this afternoon. Thank you very much. So members, after that, you can go if you like. We'll relieve you of the agony. So, members, questions to officers. Mr. Gerstner.
Thank you. Again, my memory's not too good. Land ownership was a civil matter, wasn't it? And it doesn't come under the materialistic planning?
Through you, Chairman. Yes, land ownership normally is a civil matter. However, when you're relying on third-party land to actually deliver visibility displays to ensure that an access is safe and adequate, then it does become rather material to the determination of the application. If you, as in this instance, you cannot secure that third-party land, there is no mechanism to ensure that those visibility displays are maintained, safeguarded going forwards to ensure that that access is safe and adequate, then obviously that's quite key to the determination of the planning application.
Although I said my memory's not very good, we've had similar applications before.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We have, but as Mr. Rowan says, this is paramount to this application, getting the displays, the visual displays. So, any more questions to officers before we let them sum up? No. Anything else you're going to want to sum up at all? No. Okay. We're going to debate. We're going to debate the application now. Anybody want to kick off this debate? Councillor Marks, you beat me to it. Please go ahead.
I think very, very quickly, we've heard from the agent, it's very woolly. They can't come back to us with a 30 mile an hour. I think they are pushing their luck personally. I think I would be happier on this occasion to go with officer's recommendation and refuse this. We had the Chatteris one where we were talking about, do we do a deferral or not? That was vetoed, and I think on this occasion, I think the officers, I think there's been long enough to come and get this sorted. And also the 3 to 4 months, will that be extended? Because I don't think you can probably turn around to 30 mile an hour in 3 to 4 months. I bet that will be the best part of a year. So personally, I think, I will go with officer's recommendation to refuse.
Well, I'll go further than that. I will go with officer's recommendation. This is absolute nonsense. It's wasting officer time. It's wasting Miss Jackson's time. It's an absolute embarrassment for her to come here and present this application I really can't say any more than that, but I think probably anybody else want to add to the debate? No, I think we've said it all. Okay, debate's closed. So I'm looking for a proposer on now. Councillor Marks, what are you proposing?
I propose to go with the officer's recommendation to refuse this.
Yeah, I'm happy to second it. So to sum it all up, procedural wise, I've got an officer recommendation to refuse this. Councillor Marks is proposing. I'm seconding it. Can we go with show of hands on that proposal, please? That application has been refused. So that concludes the planning for this afternoon, and thank you very much everybody for their input on it. But we've just got a slight thing of Matt wants to talk about validation, don't you? And try and convince us that this is the right thing to do, or probably it may be, but I'll hand over to Matt and he can outline it in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, members will be aware of the report. That is item 11 of this committee, so I won't repeat the content. As members though are aware, there is a requirement for the council to have a local validation list. This needs to be updated every 2 years. There is both statutory requirements that lay down the legislation, which are very light touch, and then the ability for us as a council to determine the information that we require additional beyond that. And that is what then makes the planning application valid. As part of different exercises we've done as an authority to look to improve the service, one of the things is to look to try and improve our level of validation first time. One of those things was to agree a fee for the validation if it's invalid, and one of the requirements to that is to be able to charge them is to actually have the requirement on the local validation list. But alongside this, it was considered appropriate to review, can we offer a better service to the agents in relation to what is required. So the council has revisited their local validation list. We've drafted something that has a different format. It's a single document rather than multiple documents that could have allowed for things falling through the grate, etc. previously. We've looked at what the adjoining authorities do to try and make sure that there's a level of consistency with them, because obviously a lot of the agents work in different authorities, and small technicalities may cause problems here because we want something where another authority doesn't, and vice versa. So we've brought together this document, which starts on page 174 of your agenda, that provides an alphabetical list of the essentials, then in relation to the supporting documents. Alongside that, it provides some clarity of the sort of information we would expect to find within that document. That predominantly is more to do with the assisting them in relation to getting it over the line and hopefully getting an approval for an application, so we don't end up in situations like we have today where there's maybe been some lacking information and we've ended up back. That doesn't actually relate to the actual whether it will be valid or not. That just relates to guidance to what we need. We've also providing generally some sort of go-to point in relation to getting some further guidance on that, whether it's just general planning forms or whether it's guidance on the Cambridgeshire website in relation to flooding, etc. And then we've also included the policy driver about the thought process behind why we consider it's necessary to have this document. There is a difference, just I want to highlight to members, that between requiring a document for validation and requiring a document for getting an approval. They are different. This is the lowest level. This is what we consider. Every application is standard will require this document. There will be times that an application may require more information than we've requested here, but that sort of sits with the planning agent to professionally assess, and hopefully this will at least give them some clarity and guidance. Thank you, Chairman.
I don't know, hopefully you've all read the validation papers on 174 onwards, and I'm open for comments, and Councillor French is first.
Thank you. This is something that we have been asking for years, to strengthen the validation and stop wasting officers' time by incomplete applications. So I do welcome this. I can't find the page it's on, but you also have an example of section 106s, but you've only gone for the usual education, etc., and I would like that to be included other benefits as well, i.e. what we discussed earlier. So I think, you know, that needs to be strengthened, and maybe this is a document that it should be in.
Let's just deal with one point first. So that's Councillor French's. Is somebody making a note of the alterations or that we would like included in this validation report, update report?
I think, Chairman, in relation to Councillor French's point, that is just an IE. I'm quite happy to add community infrastructure or something like that. So that's,
I don't want it to fall on the wayside.
yeah, that's fine. Obviously that is just whatever was appropriate for the relevant application. So it's just an example. So I'm happy to add a minor point like that.
Okay, Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I think, as we spoke about at officers' briefing, there are various observations that I've made, which I think need to be fed back, as I think the chair did yesterday as well when I was talking on the phone to yourself. My feeling is that probably we should have a meeting with Matt as head of planning and go through this line by line. I know Matt's keen to get this over the line for the 1st of November, but I think there are certain things in there that need a bit more tweaking, as we've already just heard from Councillor French. So I would feel happier that we not defer this, but we bring it back to the next planning meeting, probably in 14 days' time, just so we've got what we feel has been embraced. And again, that gives the opportunity for the rest of the committee to read the finer points as well.
Okay. Councillor Senator Clough.
Thank you, Chair. While I have read the document, I'm conscious that it has been tacked on to an already very lengthy meeting, and I feel that it needs time for appropriate discussion, rather than just box ticking and getting it over the line.
Yeah, strangely enough, I agree with you. Yeah, so I'm all in favour of deferring this until we've all read through it line for line and bringing it back on November. We can either bring it back on November 13th, if it's not such a great long agenda, or we can leave it until, sorry? Well, we don't know what the agenda is for November the 13th, but looking at your face, David, it doesn't sound very full.
Through you, Chairman, I think at the moment we have got a number of items potentially on the agenda for that meeting. It's certainly not going to be a 2-hour meeting, I don't think. So I would perhaps sort of advise the committee that you might be in a similar position on the 13th in terms of sort of looking at the validation list as a kind of to use Councillor Senator Clough's phrase, a sort of attack on.
Yeah, you can.
Obviously, what I didn't say was that actually, obviously, the document, while it has changed in relation to our character and appearance, the requirements generally are relatively consistent with our existing local list. They are fairly standard requirements, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure it's good use of officer or members' time as a committee to sit and go through it line by line, particularly cold. As in, without any preparation or, why is this? Because, it says that the Act requires it, I'll have to double check. I don't know if it's possible maybe to delegate, if members are happy with the approach, to delegate it to certain consultation with certain office members and myself, and I could have a meeting to formally discuss it rather than, I'm just thinking it's probably better outside of a committee structure. And if I'm honest, I don't mind if it's all the members. I'm just thinking a formal committee wouldn't be the best way of maybe having a conversation about this document.
Okay, then then we'll go along this route then, if that's what you think. We'll have a subcommittee then, just two people, a subcommittee who we can liaise with. Sorry?
Chairman, it won't be able to be a subcommittee. It'd have to be delegated to me through consultation.
Okay,
but
just a slip of the tongue. But we could do it with 2 people or 3 people, being determined by this committee. Sorry, I got mine on because I'm good. Determined by this committee who wants to represent them. The rest of us could feed back through the people, through the and then we could get on like that. That would save officer time. We'd all get a say, and obviously who's on the committee could echo my sentiments, or whoever wants to go on there. So Councillor French, and then we'll nominate somebody.
I suggest that it is you and your deputy chair. I've certainly read it. I've waited for this for years. I'm sure you've all read it, and I really don't see anything hidden in there. If there is, we'll come back and bite you.
Well, if everybody's happy, I'm happy to do it. Are you happy to do it, Councillor Marks? Okay, so we'll be your representative on this validation thing, and if you can fit anybody else who wants to feed into it, please ring Charlie or at me or email us, and we can echo your sentiments at the meeting at the earliest convenience.
Chair, I think once we've got a date in the diary, if we can send an email to everybody and say, date in the diary, can you please make representation before then? That would be great. At least then we've got something to work with instead of on the day. And especially phone calls, really sometimes it's different to what people actually mean.
Perhaps we could incorporate it with the 106 as well, so we could probably incorporate both meetings at one time to save officer time coming away and backwards and forwards. So we need a date in the diary for that.
Chairman, two things. One, if your members are going to email yourselves, please can I ask that I'm just CC'd in, just so fourth thought, so I'm not playing cold for them.
No.
All I'd say is don't think we can formally agree that as part of the committee because it's not a committee issue, but we can discuss that outside the committee. Have to discuss that, but yeah.
So I'll liaise with Councillor Marks, because he's got work commitments, and I certainly haven't, luckily. Sorry? Wash your mouth out. And so I can liaise with Councillor Marks, and perhaps you could get something, give me some dates that it doesn't want to be too long. It needs to be next week sometime when we can discuss 106 and this, just to reiterate. It might take a couple of hours or 3 hours, but it'll be good to get both things sorted out at long last.
To get that vote.
Oh, do we need to vote on it?
Yeah.
That's just a formality. That's unanimous. And so I'm going to close this meeting at 5:32. Thank you very much thank you.